The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello and welcome.
Yo. Hi, Hepper.
Hello.
How you guys doing today?
Awesome.
I hesitate to read this because someone in here will get triggered, but
Oh, you?
nope.
Uh-oh.
Stibbs.
Oh, there it is.
Nick, how come the thumbnail isn't of Nick Benito sacking Geno Smith in those beautiful retro uniforms? Huh?
Yeah, it's weird.
Nick, great thumbnail.
Thank you.
We would never do a thumbnail about the worst Thursday night game in the history of
Yeah.
mankind when Nebraska plays tomorrow.
Stibbs,
Good job.
What the hell was up with that game last night?
That was
Ass.
Maybe if
sad.
your team plays better, I'll put them on the thumbnail.
I mean, they won.
We don't apologize for wins
Thursday
in the
night
NFL.
is about
That's true.
survival, baby. That's why Thursday night needs to be canceled.
Yeah, I heard that you say this yesterday
Yep.
or earlier today.
Yep.
Wow.
Just not good.
I can't disagree with you. Now, I would say this.
Too many days of games.
We've had good Thursday night games recently. So this is to have a typical Thursday
Rams,
night
49ers.
game like last night has been a little bit rare. But yeah, I think we need to dial it back a little bit, NFL. Give
I mean, we're not
Thursdays
going
back
to.
to the colleges and go from there. The other thing too, and still
Bonkos, right?
Yeah,
Joe
it
Boo.
should be- Broncos.
It should be Broncos. Take the O's out because they ain't no O in Denver.
It's like the All City Network, DNVR. Get rid of the
Yeah.
vowels.
Yeah,
No more
get-
vowels.
Get rid of the just the O's
DAZN.
because they
Nice.
got no
They got
O.
lots of D though.
They
More
got no
streamlined.
O, but they got D.
Oh, they got the D.
They got Bo, though.
I'm Bo Yo.
Tolini.
I'm the greatest rapper ever.
Wow.
What did I see?
That game sucked.
Let's see.
It was
I
pretty
think
I
bad.
watched more
Yeah.
Breaking Bad.
So
Are you done?
No, I was just in the middle of season 4.
the Broncos. That's Broncos without O's.
Mm-hmm.
Very funny, John.
Their wins are over.
That's why we call John TBS.
3-6 Bengals led by Jake Browning. 2-7 Raiders by 3 points. 3-5 Texans led by Davis Mills by 3 points. The 1-7 Jets.
Interesting.
The 2-7 Giants by 1 point.
Hey, they did massacre my Cowboys.
And the 1-8 Titans
Look at what you did
by
to
1
my
score.
boys.
That's very interesting that you point that out, John.
And then their 7th win is against the really bad defensive Dallas Cowboys.
I cannot wait for predictions in January
So fraudulent.
when I get to pick against
So
them
fraudulent.
against a good team.
There's like 5 teams like that right now that I'm like, nope. I'm not picking them in the playoffs. Not picking them in the playoffs.
Topic. Who do you trust right now in the NFL that you will definitively pick them in the playoffs?
I don't think anybody.
The Chiefs,
The Chiefs.
Probably just the Chiefs.
the Bills.
Maybe, unless they're playing the Chiefs.
What about the Eagles?
No.
Well,
trust.
someone's got to make
Oh.
it out of that division.
But
Well, yeah.
we're talking about in a playoff
I'm saying
game.
picking a
playoff
team
game.
like
In a
you
playoff
feel
game.
comfortable to pick them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Chiefs.
The Rams, John's Rams.
Yes.
Ask me when we've fixed our special team.
Well,
cool with
that's
the
in like
Rams.
8 years, but they have to play this year in the playoffs.
Well, then I would not say no. I don't. trust
John's
Seahawks.
opinion doesn't count.
What
on
about
Yeah,
Seattle?
I watch that team more than anybody.
What
Their
about
special
Seattle?
teams are going to cost them.
What about Seattle?
Sam Darnold.
No defense.
Yeah. No defense.
No, their defense is incredible.
Yeah, John. What are you talking about?
Mm,
I don't think you watched the Seahawks, John.
I did. I watched them against Tampa.
That's one game. That Tampa was awesome. That's a good offense.
Yeah, and then who are the wins against?
They have beaten
I trust Tampa once they're healthy.
They held the Steelers to 17 points.
The Steelers.
I'm just saying.
Cool.
They held the healthy 49ers to 17. They lost.
Yeah.
They held the Saints to 13.
Yeah.
They held the Cardinals to 20 points.
Mm-hmm.
They held the Jaguars to 12.
Mm-hmm.
They held the Texans to 19, and then they held the Commanders to
Wow,
14.
if the
They
Texans
held the
scored-
Commanders to 7. That's a good defense.
That defense is good, John.
No, it's not.
This is a
It's
well-known
okay.
fact.
It's okay.
The Seahawks defense is good.
Yeah.
It's not good. It's good.
It's okay.
It's good.
It's not trustworthy yet.
It's not trustworthy.
We asked about trustworthiness.
Okay. The whole picture for Seattle, I'm not 100% sure that I'm trusting them either, but it's more because they have Sam Darnold as their quarterback, who seems to be awesome in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
Tampa, I trust Tampa when they're healthy. Tampa gets to the playoffs, I trust Tampa.
They got to be healthy. They got to be healthy. That's
I hate
the
to
thing.
say it, but I think the only team I would trust right now are the Chiefs
No, that's a bummer.
in the playoffs.
That's wild because they're not even in the playoffs
I
right
know,
now.
that's funny too.
Yeah, it is.
Lions? What about the Lions?
I was just going to say, what about the Lions?
I trust the Lions.
You don't trust the Green Bay fraudulent
I do not
Packers?
trust
No.
them
But they'll
at all.
get to play only good teams in
That's
the playoffs.
true, and then they'll be awake.
Unless they're the 2 seed and they play a mid-ass 7
No,
seed.
no. I don't trust them at all.
Okay.
I don't trust Philly.
Well, so you don't trust anybody in the playoffs.
I don't trust Buffalo really all that much.
But if they don't play the Chiefs, you don't trust them against
yeah,
a
that's a different
non-Chiefs?
thing.
No.
It'd be matchup
They
dependent.
usually win when they don't play
They
the
lost
Chiefs.
at home to the Patriots. I mean,
Yeah, that was in September,
The
October.
Patriots might be good.
You trust the Patriots?
No, I do not trust the Patriots. I
Okay.
said the Patriots might be good.
Okay.
That's different.
Hmm.
That's different.
well,
Okay.
we'll see. Let's give it another month. and then
Definitely
we'll
don't
see.
trust the Broncos. That's for sure.
Absolutely not.
The
You know what? I'm going to ride with my tingle.
The Colts? You trust the Colts?
I trust the Colts.
I wouldn't.
Oh, that's a bad trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see people were making Daniel Jones jokes where it was Cinderella running towards the
He's a
carriage
pumpkin.
before it turned into a pumpkin?
That's really funny.
Uh-huh. I was
Now,
laughing pretty hard.
they're not a pumpkin. They're going to win like 12 games this year, but
They will
like,
win a playoff game.
Yeah. Yeah.
They will not win the AFC.
Yeah.
No. Are we going to get Chiefs Eagles again? Oh, man, I'd be.
Triggered.
I'm going to
So
skip that
bad.
Super Bowl.
I would. You know what? I think I might too.
Let's just
Yeah.
watch
Have
Lord
fun,
of the
hon.
Rings.
We
Let's,
should put that Super Bowl on a Thursday so I don't watch it.
can that
Excellent
be?
call.
Can that just
And then
be
it'll be
movie
a bad
club?
game.
Can that just finally be the movie club where we watch Lord of the Rings? We just do a bonus movie club on Monday.
Not a bad
No.
idea. Matt McMaster is
No.
listening in, and he says TF is John talking about Seattle's defense curse word.
Is he going to do a DVOA?
8th in total defensive EPA. I was looking up their DVOA rankings
I
as
don't
well, but
give
it's
a
behind a
damn.
paywall.
John doesn't give a damn.
I
John
don't
doesn't give a damn.
Again, we're talking about
Frankly,
trust.
my dear.
We're
Yeah, but you said
we're
their defense is
talking about-
bad.
No, I just said it's not trustworthy.
At first, you said bad though.
They are.
Is it bad
I
or
don't
untrustworthy,
trust them.
John?
How's that for
Their
you?
That's
defense
I don't
is the
trust
part
them.
about them that I do trust.
Yeah.
Not their offense.
100%.
Yeah, but we just rattled off all the teams that they played. They played some either bad or banged up.
To be
teams.
fair, most teams have only played bad teams so far. It's been a really
know.
weird
The
schedule
schedule's
this
been
year.
odd,
You
yeah.
know, the one team that has played and beat good teams was the one that we didn't trust for like the first 2 months, and that was the Eagles. And then they started winning games against bad teams.
Yeah.
Admittedly,
Yeah.
that Packers Eagles game is going to be fascinating on Monday night.
Not really. It'll probably suck.
You think so?
It's not a Thursday night.
Yeah, exactly. And the Eagles had a week off. It probably
just
will
feels
suck
like
because
a
the Eagles are
game
going to
that will
win.
Suck.
Has the NFL ever had, and I know this is an oxymoron, stick
Uh-oh.
with me, 2 dynasties at once in either conference?
I don't think.
Ooh.
Well, you really can't. I mean, they
That's why I said the word. I know it's kind of an oxymoron because dynasty implies there's only one.
What's the
Yeah.
closest to having 2 dynasties at the same? By the way, Seahawks third fewest points allowed in the NFL this year.
Because if we keep getting Chiefs Eagles, if they just keep rising.
I mean, if
like
they
that,
kept trading Super Bowls, yes, that would
Yeah.
They
be
say they're a dynasty together.
what's the closest, John, to that? I'm trying to think of like teams that won at least 2 in the same time as another team won at least 2.
well, in the 70s, you had Cowboys, Dolphins, Steelers.
Pins up.
And we would only call one of them a dynasty.
That's a trinasty.
The Steelers
Correct.
were a dynasty because they won
But-
4 and 6.
But they were. But
the
they,
Cowboys won 2.
They dominated their division.
Dolphins won 2 in
for
a
a while.
row, including the undefeated team.
The 80s, you had the 49ers, but then, Washington won 3 over the course of that decade. The
Giants won a
Bears
couple.
had a Super Bowl.
Which is their own little one-season dynasty.
Yeah. I mean, there
85
have been.
Bears.
I mean, you had Frisco and Dallas going opposite each other.
But
there
again,
for
in
a
the
few.
90s,
What if you did what if you just said Brady versus Manning? You know, although never got over the hump until
yeah, I mean,
later.
Brady won 7, and in that span, Manning won 2,
2.
but he also went to another couple.
Yeah, there've been there, but every I guess you call it dynasty has had another team or two that was on the cusp, but
Usually it's
Usually
like a
fell short.
rotation of teams pushing that top team.
yes,
But I think what Nick is asking is there ever been just consistently one team pushing that other team?
No,
not really.
it's too difficult. You guys like Brady Manning more than Allen Mahomes? Which one do you like? Which one did you or do you like more?
Allen
What games did
Mahomes
you look forward to more?
Both annoy me.
Man, I love those.
don't like
Those
either of
Brady
them.
Manning games were
The
awesome.
Brady Manning games were so good.
They
But
were
I
incredible.
just
They were
like-
always close.
I think NFL playoff games just felt more significant back then for some reason.
because we were children.
and that
They were a big
is
deal.
why.
Man, they were fun. Nick,
But
you
the
missed
Mahomes,
out.
Josh Allen games are
I
pretty
watched-
sweet.
They're pretty sweet.
I'd watch a few of them here and there.
Brady Manning was tight. They had some all timers. Very memorable games.
I know that kid that was in my class growing up. He was a huge Tom Brady honk, except for a season after
Corey Lathrop,
it was after the Saints won the Super Bowl, and he was suddenly real big on what's his face,
Drew Brees.
Drew Brees. It's like I love Drew Brees, but he still has like three Tom Brady jerseys, Tom Brady folders.
This is
Folders.
classic kid
Yeah.
behavior.
Wow, a folder.
He had
Remember
multiple Tom
folders?
Brady
Hmm.
folders.
You know, like the paper folders, Josh, that you would get and you would put up
Yes.
to block your work.
Otson says we should watch a Brady Manning game. We haven't done any YouTube this week. That's a good idea,
That's
Otson.
right.
All right, what game should we watch?
I'm still holding out for our Super Bowl watch.
Well, let's
watches.
watch the AFC Championship where
21-3 comeback.
Manning
Good
came
call,
back.
John. That's a good call.
Yeah, you have to do one of the
That
Manning
was a
ones.
Yeah.
great game.
Yeah, let's do that one.
All right.
2006.
Six.
Yeah,
It was
AFC
January of
champion.
07. Yeah.
AFC champion.
That game was awesome. Nick, so the going into this, Colts hadn't beat them. Like, no success. Even in the regular season, no success. And this was a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Because Manning hadn't gone to the Super Bowl yet. He always lost.
Oh, that was the first time I've ever seen Nick's graphic.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
Whoa. USC at Cal, John, in 1991. What do you remember about that
Whoa.
game?
Don't
Nothing.
get distracted.
Nothing.
Colorado, Nebraska, 1992. There you go. Wonder what happens in that game.
In 1992? Oh,
Ooh, 2006 Dodge Charger RT.
no, we're definitely not. 2006 hip hop songs.
2006 Daytona 500. Let's
No.
do that one.
No.
Absolutely not.
That's a
Nick.
fun race.
Who
Just
wins?
got to
There
get
it
the
is. There it
AFC.
is. No,
got
you
it?
just got
Look
it.
at
You
that.
just got it.
Boom.
Who wins?
Oh,
Nick?
there it is. 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Who wins
Awesome.
the
remember.
06
Do you
Boom.
remember who won in 06?
Oh, look, I've already watched some of this. Classic me.
Because Harvick was 07. Junior was
God, I'm
08.
such a loser.
That
I
is
don't
so
remember who
stupid.
won 06.
Yeah, check it out, Nick.
Also, you ready for this, Nick? I'm curious on your thoughts on the score bug. I like this era's. I
This
like
is
this.
the CBS.
This is a good score bug.
I-
It was way more simple back
It reminds
then.
me of NCAA tournament basketball.
Yeah,
games.
it does.
I'm going to guess Jimmy Johnson.
I liked the thing how it won't like pulsated the whole time. Like it had this
Oh,
like on the CBS.
It was
part.
Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, very good.
Gross.
Da-da-da-da.
I hated it.
Otson says, anyone notice the light in Josh's eyes when discussing a great old football game? Oh, there it is. Spoiler. Oh, come on.
the
I didn't even
hell?
do
We just
anything.
watched 30 seconds of ads.
What the heck?
They're 50.
And I don't, this is garbage. Congrats, NFL, on getting
Yeah.
$2 for us
Seriously.
watching this.
This is what happens.
You
Put games back
monster.
on Sundays. All right. Put games back on Sundays and take the ads off of YouTube.
By the way, McMaster gives us a non-NFL one in terms of the dynasty stuff. Celtics and Lakers in the 80s.
yeah,
Lakers won
yeah,
5, Celtics won 3.
Definitely. That counts.
Those teams made every NBA finals that whole
one,
decade.
They were a dynasty
Well,
together.
they didn't make every. Well,
One of them made every
one
every
of them.
finals.
Yeah, they didn't. They actually only played each other the 3 times.
3 times, yeah. Nick, you remember 84, 85, 87.
I watched that show.
Oh, winning time.
Uh-huh.
Good call.
Remember Winning Time? I never finished it.
I didn't either, and I removed it off of my Apple TV the other day. I was like, I'm never going to get around to finishing this.
I did finish it just because I felt like I needed to, but my God, it was so depressing. Going, this is not how they intended to end this.
Wow,
They
I
moved to
appreciate that
Apple
they have
TV?
chapters on
Yeah,
this
that's-
one.
Well, they do because that's where they put the ads.
What do you
No,
think of that
they-
score bug, Nick?
No, that's just like what's happening. And they do that on our radio replays. If you go listen to our radio replays on Spotify, it
Oh.
will say what we're talking about.
Oh,
And it's
interesting.
pretty funny sometimes because
It is.
it like doesn't make sense.
Wow.
So AI probably doesn't.
It's
Correct.
for sure
100%.
AI.
Yeah.
I don't. It's too round.
It's
I
too
think that
round.
score bug is
I
too
like
round.
the pulsing.
Yeah.
I like the pulsing.
He likes
Whoa!
the
Look
pulsing.
at that flashing cameras. It's too round. Man, that's a day.
I
Only
think
thing
it's
it's
too
missing
round.
is timeouts.
Now, is that another example of it's so far in because they were still accommodating people
Yes.
who?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, because not everybody had high definition.
Correct.
So
So-
it had to fit the 4x3.
I zoomed to a point in yesterday's crossover,
God.
and it says inventing the brats on January 6th holiday.
Nice.
Yeah,
We-
now
We
apparently
apparently spent a pretty good chunk on that.
this is a company party now.
Yeah,
Have you
it's-
seen this?
It's turned into a company
so
party.
is that
Yeah,
happening?
but Josh did not negotiate terms.
I
very
am
well.
not buying brats for the whole
You
office.
just said yes.
Didn't Matt volunteer at brats?
Yeah, I am not buying brats for the whole company. I cannot afford that. I would go out of business. If we're doing Jan 6 party day,
Maybe that's a good thing. Your business lately has either been to
Mm.
spoil people's good news or get people killed off Twitter.
spoil people's good news.
How soon we forget.
Oh, that. Yeah. Pepper, what did you call it? January 6th,
Summerfest.
Summerfest. I'm going to make
Yeah.
a graphic.
Jan
I
6th
have an idea.
Jan
Summerfest.
6th Summerfest. Jan 6th in July.
Oh, man.
Another one of the subjects,
Shit.
debating Catholic traditions and wedding lengths. Good one.
Yeah.
Debating
Oh, this is
seasonal-
on the same thing.
Debating seasonal foods, brats, potatoes, and ice cream.
They're hitting it. I mean,
Topic alert.
They're getting it.
AI's got this going on.
Oh, Kevin Falk.
Nick, you're going to be out of a job.
Oh no.
By the way, Stibb
80s
says,
basketball, Coke, and Mike Lindell's past.
whoa, now that is a topic.
I mean, that was brought up for like 5 seconds, and then we moved on.
Pretty good.
Mhm.
Pretty accurate. All right,
Okay.
sorry. Who says what?
No,
Josh?
Stibbs mentioned because we were bitching about the ads. He says, I bit the bullet on YouTube Premium. It's incredible. Realized I was watching way more YouTube than I used to. So I did a month of YouTube Premium because Stibbs, when he filled in this summer, he picked a movie.
Mhm.
What was that movie that you loved, Nick?
Saltancy.
Yeah, that was available only on YouTube. And I was like, I don't want to watch a movie with ads. I'll do the free month trial. And wow, I kind of want to go back to that world of no ads on YouTube. It was pretty sweet.
It's pretty easy to go back to that world if you watch on your computer.
I don't think I watch enough YouTube. I really don't.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of
It's a cornerstone for me.
I am annoyed. I am annoyed by the ads when they happen, but usually they're skippable, like after a couple seconds.
But he points out another benefit. You can lock your phone and it still will play the audio.
okay, that is significant.
You can turn the screen off
because
and you could listen to the Grum.
I would listen to Big Red Overreaction or
Yes. Yeah. Huh. So look at young Tom Brady, Nick.
Mr. Clone. That man's gonna clone a dog.
His
in
face
20
is
years.
normal still in
Yeah.
2007.
that man's gonna clone a dog in 20 years.
Yeah.
Look at that pocket presence.
That was a fun little jump throw. Whee!
Look
at
at the
those
Colts.
Colts
Look at that
fans.
guy. That guy's like me.
Now,
One
this
play in the
is-
first quarter.
This is, I believe, the first year at the Lucas. No, this is still the RCA Dome.
This is the RCA.
I
Dome.
liked
Yeah.
the RCA Dome. They would pump in, Nick. They pumped in crowd noise, and at one time the CD skipped.
I heard about that.
It was
actually.
pretty funny. It was like, "Rah, rah, rah," and they were like, oopsies. Let's turn that volume down.
The RCA Dome.
Whoa, look
Whoa!
at this guy. I don't remember this punter.
Todd Sauerbrunn is jacked.
Holy moly.
I don't recognize that name at all.
Yeah, I don't remember this guy.
I remember Todd Sauerbrunn. I didn't remember him being that jacked, but remember that name.
Do you like to eat your hot dogs with sour bruns?
Nice.
Sauerbruns. Yeah.
What a time.
Are you bringing the sauerkraut for brat January 6th?
I wasn't planning on it.
I can do that because
Okay.
I'll probably be the only one to eat it.
I'm a plain boy.
I'll eat sauerkraut, John.
Now, am I allowed to bring the jalapeno cheddar, Nick? Because you said you don't want cheese.
You can have jalapeno
Well, if the whole
cheddar. I just would
station's
like a
having it, I
variety.
guarantee you we're going to have like 8 different requests.
I guess that's true.
I can't have spice in my brat.
Just
I can't do
bring
this, I can't
pineapple
do
brats.
that.
Everybody loves pineapple brats.
No,
No.
they. I'm going to throw a pineapple brat at your head.
Good, I'll eat it.
A cold one.
Okay.
I do not want a pineapple brat.
Nobody does.
Not everyone loves
I mean,
pineapple brats.
I don't hate the idea of it, but no, I'm not going to. If I can get a different
Everybody
brat.
loves pineapple
jalapeno cheddar
brats,
brat sounds pretty
he
good.
says,
Hmm.
as referring to the most polarizing food item on the planet. It's the same thing as saying everyone loves pineapple on pizza. It's polarizing.
Jake offers us a potential topic for today. He
Topic
says, here's a
alert.
good crossover topic. How many of the NFL teams would you consider bad and or borderline unwatchable? He adds, one could argue it's half of the league. Dolphins, Jets, Browns, Jags, Texans, Titans, Raiders, Giants, Saints, Cardinals.
That's half.
That's a lot of teams.
I wouldn't put the Texans in there. The Texans have gotten better.
I would say that they're borderline unwatchable now that they don't have CJ Stroud anymore. Davis Mills sucks. That guy's a terrible
Yeah,
quarterback.
but they run the ball pretty well.
They do good defense. Very, very
This
good
will
defense.
probably be end up.
And the
good for them
Jags and the
because they're
Jags are
without Stroud.
watchable because you never know when Trevor Lawrence is going to do. And
He's like Lincoln Riley,
I mean,
quarterback.
That
Sometimes
that
Trevor
Raiders
Lawrence
game
shows
last
up.
week was fun.
Yeah.
That
Sure.
was fun.
There's some good bad teams too, or like Bill Simmons would call them, the league pass team or whatever.
Uh-huh.
You know, like I just like enjoy.
Oh.
I know that the Bengals are going to lose every week, but I like watching them.
Their games are awesome.
Yeah, their games are so much fun.
They play banger after banger right now.
Yeah.
Remember when you were over, the Jets game was incredible.
Yeah.
Banger.
It was the
Speaking
one
of
good
sausages,
game that day.
Nice.
Trevor
Joseph
Lawrence,
Adai, you got to make that catch, you dummy.
Damn.
Trevor Lawrence is interesting.
Doesn't Dallas Clark just have this huge game?
Wouldn't surprise me.
There's a Formula One driver I'd compare to Trevor Lawrence, and that's Lance Stroll, who's bad most of the time, except sometimes he decides to show up and do well.
Nick, I was
Oh,
thinking the
man.
same thing.
It's
I
so
was kind of
confusing.
hoping this would be a McAfee game. He wasn't on
Oh.
this team.
Yeah, that's right. He was still punting it
This
in college.
This is pre-McAfee.
Yeah. Because he was on that 07 team that lost in heartbreaking fashion.
Where do you go to school?
West
West
Virginia.
Virginia.
He was on a really good West Virginia team
Which
Mountain
is why
Mama.
he
that
always
absolutely
pumps up West Virginia on game day.
blew it.
Were they good because of him, or
No, they were good because they had Steve Slayton and Pat White.
so he just rode coattails?
That team rocked. But they lost 13-9 to a bad Pitt team. And then they didn't make the BCS championship. Sucks. That was a fun team. I liked those West Virginia teams.
Yeah, everyone did.
Oh, I forgot that they flipped the side of the score bug depending on which way the team was going,
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
so that it would be a little bit behind
Why is it so
The
close to the
direction.
middle of the
because
screen?
it's still accommodating people who haven't switched to
Yeah,
full HD.
you don't have
Oh.
widescreen TV. You still have the.
So they needed to
Squares.
still accommodate
Wow.
4x3.
You
In
still
my
had-
house,
beautiful.
in my house, we still had the 4x3.
You still had the tingly TV. You touched
Oh.
it. You're like, ooh.
Oh, yeah. A little zappy zap.
Uh huh.
2007.
What were you up to in January of 07?
Well, I would have been in high school. I would have been
Freshman?
Yeah, I would have been a freshman
Whoa.
in high school. I was probably pissed because I had braces.
You had braces?
Yeah.
I had braces.
Here's
Whoa,
the worst part
the
about me
braces
getting
boys.
I got braces on not the first day, but the second day of high school.
Oh, my
Oh.
gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
was
a
horrific.
punishment.
It was horrible. So I showed up one day, and then the next day I had braces, and my teeth hurt so bad.
Oh,
and,
the
you know,
teefies.
I went to Miller North, and they had a great cafeteria, and you had freedom to get whatever food you want.
Oh, yeah. I heard about
and
this.
all I could eat was mashed potatoes for a long time.
Wow.
Do you hate mashed potatoes now?
No, I love mashed
Okay,
potatoes
good.
still, but it was annoying, you know. And then eventually the pain went away.
I had braces at the optimum time to have braces. Middle school. Everybody looks like a dork in
Everybody
middle
looks
school.
like a total idiot.
You want to look better in high school.
Yes,
Yeah.
you do.
I
What
got
were you
mine out right
doing
before high school.
in
January.
January of 07.
I had been dating a girl for 2 months, and her mom thought that I watched sports too much. I was like, it's going to be my job someday. And she was like, no, it's not. Look at me now. And I was getting ready. I was a senior. I was about to graduate high school. Didn't have braces anymore.
Nice.
Those were long, long gone. Long gone.
Nick,
So-
what were you doing in January of 07?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is depressing.
9-year-old Nick.
This is shortly after my parents separated.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm not sure crying.
Their
or
marriage
something.
never saw Peyton Manning win an AFC
No,
championship.
they were still married, just separated.
Oh.
Oh.
My mom just moved to an apartment in town.
Handshake meme. I know that feel.
Do you?
I moved out.
Josh moved to an apartment.
I didn't move to an apartment, but I moved out.
Saying my parents.
No, yeah.
They-
He was a part of a marriage.
So I got divorced one time.
oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was thinking child of divorce. I'm like,
no.
your
My
are
parents,
still
they're
Mr. Privileged and his parents that stayed together.
dude, they're 9 months away, 8 months away from 40 years.
Wow, congrats.
40 years.
Damn.
Yeah, incredible. John, what were you up to in 07?
This is the last football game I watched in my old house.
Whoa.
Wow.
We moved between this game and the Super Bowl. We watched the Super Bowl at the new house.
Whoa.
The house I'm in now.
Oh, man. I bet it was like boxes were still everywhere.
I don't
and
remember.
Had to unpack.
I don't remember. I just remember watching
Oh, my gosh.
watching this game. And
Rooting for the Colts.
oh, yeah.
John hated
Big
the
time.
Patriots.
Oh, yeah.
Why does everybody like this team?
Yeah.
I guess by this time, everybody hated the Patriots.
Yes. By
They were
now-
not loved anymore.
I hated the Patriots because of that kid I went to school with.
Yeah.
He just wouldn't. I love Tom Brady. Okay, cool. We get it.
Oh,
Have
that's
a
short.
personality.
Look at that, John. They're measuring. That's how you know this game is old.
Yeah,
Measuring.
now it's like
First down.
they eyeball it, and it's like,
Whoa,
I
did
don't
you
know.
see that? The ref went like that. That's so much space.
Nice, Nick. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's
Kevin
old.
Falk.
Wow, that's a big boy.
Or
No, it's
it's
Corey
Corey
Dillon.
Corey Dillon.
He
I'm
just got-
sorry.
well, Corey Dillon was a big guy.
I
but
forgot that Corey Dillon was still on the
pads
Patriots.
are gigantic.
Dude, they're so
And there's
big.
North Carolina.
Look
head
how
coach.
young Bill is.
Bill
What was
Belichick.
Jordan doing this
Oh
day?
my God, Jordan was like 4.
Yeah, she was younger than me.
How? When was Jordan? I mean, she's
what, 24?
Hang on, let me
Yeah.
look.
She's born.
Oh my God.
Was she born?
2001.
Uh-oh. Chance.
Jordan.
Jordan was 6.
See, she was born September. Oh my God.
Wait, so this game was when?
January of 07. How old was she?
She hadn't turned 6 yet.
That's so gross.
Ah,
That
Remember
is so
Remember
gross.
that
Her birthday's
SNL
April 3rd.
That SNL sketch where they are like they bring in those 2 little girls or whatever, and they're like, "This is your future wife."
Yes.
Or, I can't remember how they actually set it up, but that was a great SNL sketch. And he's like, "Oh,
Wow,
Bobby
that's
Boy
so
hand.
nasty.
Yeah,
She
it's
could have
so
been at this
odd.
game eating candy.
she would not have been at this game.
That's my future girlfriend.
disgusting."
It's so nasty.
Gross.
just playing with Polly Pockets.
I always say, is this J-Man? Is that J-99 Wazoo? God, I hate this
It's
stupid
gotta
thing.
be, yeah.
But he said teething. She's teething. Oh, no.
She just finished up. I mean, she's halfway through her first year of kindergarten.
Oh, look at the old Gatorade bottle.
She's
That's
dreaming
nostalgic.
about Santa Claus.
She doesn't know how to do anything.
And
I mean,
the-
she's in kindergarten.
The Tooth Fairy. Wow. She has a bedtime still. And she would for
She
many
went
years.
outside.
I
for
had
recess.
a bedtime, to be fair, at this time.
She did. She still had recess.
She went outside for recess for like 15 more years.
I miss recess.
When did you guys stop having recess? Was that a
So we
Grade school.
grade school?
Yes.
We
Okay.
After
stopped-
right after grade school.
we stopped after middle school. Or yeah,
What in the world?
we stopped after middle school. Then we went to high school, and then there was a couple years where it was just whatever. You eat at the cafeteria and chill until your next class.
Yeah, I guess it was probably sixth grade.
But
for
then my
us.
junior year, there started to be like, hey, you want to just walk around the building and then go back into hang outside
Of
for
high
10
school?
minutes? Yeah,
Wow, that's
like
weird.
let's just walk from this building by the or this door by the cafeteria to this door by the high school.
Hmm.
Just get outside for 10 minutes. I'm like, all right.
By the way, Stip says she still sat in a car seat.
Booster.
I don't know. Were they
They-
I don't think they were putting 5-year-olds in car
It-
seats then.
So they were starting to push it more.
They were
around this
pushing it,
time.
but I don't ever remember
'Cause
seeing it.
I remember being pissed off because my aunt made me sit in a car seat still.
Because Christian would have been 3.
Mhm.
He had just turned 3. And he wasn't sitting in a car seat at 5.
I don't like that aunt very much. Like my dad lets me sit in the front seat of his truck.
Jason says Bill on the TV doesn't know his future girlfriend was on Christmas break from kindergarten.
I had to go back to school for another 3 weeks.
Her favorite color was pink, and she liked to finger paint.
Actually,
Oh.
no, yeah, she liked school.
Oh, it
she-
was fun at that time still.
Yeah, kindergarten was cool, man.
Yeah, kindergarten rocked.
Yeah.
Whoa. That's wild.
She hadn't even reached the point where she got sick of school.
She didn't have homework yet.
Because it was her first year of school
Whoa.
ever.
She was still at that age where girls would run around without their shirts on because, they had no awareness.
Okay. I think we crossed over into a weird part.
That's right, John.
Oh, that's the weird part. We're talking about a grown-ass man who's already middle-aged in this football game, and his girlfriend at the time was 5 years old. I think that's where the weird started.
Yeah, you're right. That's definitely way weirder than what you just said.
Stibbs, bring back the draft. Christmas gifts Jordan received in 2006. Polly Pockets, one of those diaries that had like a password diary. I bet she had one of those. I'm just thinking of
what would have Bill gotten her for a Christmas gift?
An MP3 player?
Chocolates.
Chocolates?
Want some candy?
What is he trying to do? Date her? She's in kindergarten. Nick.
Kindergartners like candy?
Yeah, but that seems a little creepy.
I don't know if Bill knows what to get a child.
I think that might be the answer.
Russ Hochstein, there he is.
Go.
Friend of
the Grum.
Of the Grum.
Many shows.
Yeah.
Former
shout out to you, Russ.
Former Husker. Hardington Central Catholic or Cedar Catholic.
Littlest Pet Shop. I bet she had some of those.
You know, he's been retired for so long. We should get him back on the air and ask him to tell us really good stories about Bill. Like, we should get some good Patriot stories. Like, what was it like there? It seems so strange and crazy. Who recovered the
Did
touchdown?
he score this touchdown?
I was just going to ask. Was it? Wow, that ball bounced around for way too. This is the AFC Championship. How does the ball go into the end zone?
Wow, these guys are fumbling.
Was it Russ?
70?
No, it wasn't Russ.
Wow, look at young Peyton.
Oh, Peyton's picking up his helmet, getting ready to come onto the field.
Just how he would react on the Manning catch.
Yes.
Your kid
Stupid
sucks
football.
at football.
That's not,
Your future kid. How old was Arch?
Not-
No, that's not his
not
kid.
his-
It's
Oh,
his
it's not his
nephew.
kid?
No, he's
it's
his nephew.
Cooper's kid.
Yeah.
My bad.
It's Cooper Manning's kid.
Russ was number 71.
I didn't know there was a
Logan
third Manning.
Mankins recovered that.
I didn't know there was a third Manning.
Cooper.
Hey, Cooper.
People forget Nick Cooper is the most athletic of the family.
He's
Is
the oldest.
He was a wide receiver.
How many Super Bowls did he go to?
He had a spine issue.
Yeah.
He had
Oh.
he had to retire.
Oh,
Nice,
no.
Nick. Way to make him feel bad.
Sorry.
Oh, the phone's ringing.
I only know Peyton and Eli.
It's probably Cooper.
Incredible.
Fine. Your nephew sucks at football.
There you go. Got him, Nick.
I
Yep.
look forward to the draft.
Richard Seymour.
Oh, I thought you were looking at the NFL hat. I'm like,
Oh, no. I missed that.
I look forward to the draft of things that Jordan got for Christmas. In
It'll be a
07
great segment.
Yes, it will.
Or 06, I guess.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Was it? Was it?
Well, we just had one.
We've had 2 in a row.
I mean,
Yeah.
no rule that you can't have 3.
It's true. I liked it. Nick, how are we doing? Do we need it?
oh, no, we need to start paring down. But we can keep going, and then we'll just pare down later.
Nah,
I'm going
let's,
to have to start.
let's say no.
I'm going to have to start
Yep.
sending them out
Let's
soon,
say
though.
Bang it.
I'll send it out to all of you guys, and then you can see what you want.
Awesome.
And then Nick will ignore our suggestions and just pick whatever fits the time that he needs to fill.
Yeah. Works for me. Nick, do
I'll
whatever
use
you need
most
to
of
do.
the suggestions, but, I mean, you got to fit
I'll be
sometime.
honest. I don't really remember a whole lot of
Reggie
them.
Wayne.
That's the best part of the crossover.
Yeah.
Is driving in my car that week and being
And-
like, oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, but then when I don't send it to you guys, John complains, how come you didn't include this?
We
'Cause
do?
He suddenly remembers everything that happened last year.
That
You
does
do that,
sound
John?
like John.
He's done it before.
Hey,
It's like having an out of body experience. Like, I don't remember saying anything that I say on the crossover.
Yeah,
right.
especially like when you get into February stuff. Like
no
that's
chance.
That's so
might
long
as well be a
ago.
million years ago.
It does get harder to pare them down, too, because they're around 40 minutes long. So then you have to, like, separate. and make
Crossovers
sure it all
have gotten
fits.
longer over the last
are
few
crossover-
years.
Yeah, they have.
07 would have. January of 07 would have been like.
Whoa, that would have been a crossover.
My parents don't like each other anymore.
Wow, Nebraska would have just lost the Cotton Bowl.
Cotton Bowl.
with
To which I would have
Pat-
said no. That started a while
with
ago.
Pat Summerall on
They
the
just
call.
finally
Yeah.
told you they don't like you.
They said it wasn't my fault.
Remember the fake punt? That's what we would have said.
I do remember the fake punt. I also remember them not deciding to go for a field goal because they had Jordan Congdon,
Jordan.
the weakest legged kicker in Nebraska football history.
You know what? I think we might need to do the 07 Cotton Bowl sometime for our little
Good
watch
one.
along. Yeah.
That's a definite lost game.
Wow.
No one ever talks about that game anymore.
Oh,
Peyton
Marvin
Manning had a
Harrison.
cannon.
Oh, yes, he did. Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. It's a one beer Friday, and the Grum starts next.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yes, we will. And it is a One Beer Friday, which means it's also a game weekend Friday. After this one, there's only going to be one of these left.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Yeah, this is the second to last
Monster.
Husker Football Friday. That's where a game is not actually played on a Friday.
Wow.
The season does fly.
It does. I don't like it.
Well, look at the bright side. We're 98 days away from college baseball.
Well,
No,
yeah, look
that's-
at the bright side. We're that much closer to your favorite time of year, counting down season.
God, I do love counting down. I do love it.
He only loves ruining other people's good news surprises. for him.
No, just one person's. Didn't
Welcome.
even know it would ruin anything.
Welcome.
What up, John?
To the Grum,
Hello.
presented by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. How come the Colts didn't score on this drive?
I think they're going to kick a field goal.
Or is this the drive where they get the one field goal in the first
That's
half?
my guess. But they're probably going to run here.
Is this the my idiot kicker? Is it Vanderjack?
No, they cut him. I think he was actually with Dallas this year. His last year was the year before.
I don't even remember
don't-
that.
Like that play clock graphic. They made it look like it's just a bunch of tiny LEDs. And it counts down. I don't like that.
Oh, that's right. Vinatieri had switched sides.
Mm-hmm.
He had switched sides.
He was good. Nick, that guy was awesome.
Yeah?
Like one of the most clutch kickers of all time.
Jerk.
Yeah, sorry, John.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
It's old news now.
Oh, yeah.
It's over.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what do we got today?
Tell me.
I don't know.
You're the one with the Grum down.
There it is. Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather. Oh, geez, that Colts mascot. That's so ugly.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little terrifying, yeah.
Yeah, I would be terrifying to small children.
Mm-hmm.
Can Nebraska finally conquer the Rose Bowl?
Oh, we love the Rose Bowl, don't we,
It's been
folks?
32 years since they won a game in that stadium.
1993.
And let's see.
So they played in there. They played in there in 2012.
Well, they played the Rose Bowl game
In 2001.
and got crushed.
They played in there in 2012 and
Yeah.
gave up 600 something yards. And that's it, right?
Yeah.
So just the twice.
Yeah, just twice.
All right. But third time's the charm.
Well,
Maybe the third time will be the charm.
perhaps.
Mhm.
Our college football games of the week will feature a special guest, Bill Connolly of ESPN.com.
Nice. And he's joining us in the video stream.
In
Nice
the
get,
video
Josh.
stream. Yes.
Nice.
Nice
No,
get.
nice get, Nick.
I don't take credit for things I don't do, Josh.
Are we seeing the last days of Emmett?
What on earth are you
Sean,
doing
What's
here?
your problem?
Jiminy Christmas.
Why
in
are
a
you so
Nebraska
negative?
uniform?
Oh my gosh, you're saying he's going to leave? He's going to transfer when Dylan does? Is that what you're saying?
Or will he maybe do something else?
Quit football?
You know, there's another option for football too.
The CFL?
There's another
You're saying
option
he's
for
going to go
football,
pro
too.
in sports?
He's going to go to
This was a conversation
England?
that we just kind of walked into this morning on the Friday Husker tailgate,
Hmm.
where it actually started with a conversation about NIL and, you know,
He could go to the pros.
but yeah, there's certainly a chance.
It'd be a bummer. I hope we get to watch him one more year wearing a Nebraska uniform.
Well, then You might want to give a call to the Peds.
Time to pony up, Nick. Got to donate a little bit of cash.
I have a penny.
Okay.
Buy a lot more Piedmontese beef.
Nice.
Ken's movie club this week is
Ferrari. Do you know many Ferraris?
I can't. Wow, that's as good of an accent as the main character in the movie had. One of the odder choices that I can remember in a movie.
There was a lot of interesting accent choices.
A
in that movie.
lot of them. At a certain point, you just want to say, maybe just hire an Italian.
I like spoilers at a certain point where some of them just gave up.
Yeah, which I couldn't do it. So I guess at least they tried.
NFL weekend preview. Some pretty intriguing games this week.
Yeah, I said that to McMaster earlier, and he said, no, it's not a good weekend.
Well,
and I said, what are you talking
Who
about?
do the Bears play?
The Giants, and he's
Yeah.
worried. He's got
all
the big
caught
game
up in his
feelings.
bear feels.
Yep. Roar.
Oh, they had on grass and on turf stats.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
We had a very watchable game.
Wait, what is it? Was there an NBA game last night that I missed?
No.
Okay.
Keys, predictions, and stay away from betting UCLA.
Like UCLA games or the Bruins period?
Stay away. Yeah, just Bruin games.
Oh.
Stay away from betting UCLA.
Okay.
That's my advice for this weekend.
Okay.
Our Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell.
Oh, nice.
And it is a cross-strain One Beer Friday.
Heck yeah, it is. It always is.
Yep.
Brought to you by our friends at Cross Strain.
Share what you're drinking with us using the hashtag OneBeerFriday on Twitter.
What?
You could win $25 to Cross.
Whoa, could they share it on Blue Sky, Nick? Because we also have Blue Sky.
You could.
Okay.
You could, but you won't be seen by anyone.
Wrong. Listeners have been reaching out to me saying, thank you for being here. How are you today? And I go, room.
There it is, your Grum Down today, presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather
Now
Guard.
look at what you did. Look at this text message that we just got.
From who?
From John.
Okay.
Emmett might enter the portal and follow Raiola to wherever he goes. That's a text message we just received into the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline because of your words.
Penn State.
No, they're not going to Penn State.
Why not? Are you sure?
They don't. Penn State doesn't want another immobile quarterback.
Now, wouldn't that be the irony of all ironies? Nebraska fans have been fretting about losing their coach to Penn State. Instead, they lose their quarterback and running back. Listen, that would be just the kind of thing to happen to Nebraska football.
What if Raiola goes to Texas?
But they don't play Nebraska next year, so at least you wouldn't have to deal with it.
That's true. If he goes where?
Texas.
Who?
Raiola.
Why? To be a backup?
I mean, maybe they need a quarterback.
Backup? They're gonna have Arch next year.
Yeah,
They have Arch this year.
They ain't
he
moving
ain't
from
going
Arch.
to. He ain't going to the pros.
They ain't moving on from Arch.
He ain't good enough.
They're going to hold him on.
Wow. Now Kenneth says it. EJ won't be in a Nebraska uniform next fall, but it's not because he's going to another school. So he's going into the.
I think it was an interesting conversation we had today.
Wow.
Very interesting conversation we had today. So enjoy them. I mean, you pretty much have to do that with everybody who's good in college athletics. You enjoy them.
That's why I said my hot take earlier about it's okay to talk about and wonder about if Dylan Raiola plays last night.
Oh, sure. I mean, if it's
In all
okay,
seriousness.
if it's okay to do that.
It just would make me sad if EJ left. Not so much the other guy. Aaron writes, Josh, break the story and see if you can get Dylan and Emmett's phone number.
Well, the
I
good
still
news
think I'd
is,
get a call from the big dog.
The good news is when Teef shows up,
Tomorrow?
they don't need a running back or a quarterback because he's basically both.
Eric writes, let's give the first place Broncos some acknowledgement today. Ugly ass game, but they keep winning. Eric, don't worry. We talked about him a little bit in the crossover.
Yeah.
And we said the game sucked.
They barely beat the Rams.
And that led into the topic of who do we trust?
Their real name is the Broncos.
Yeah, because they don't have
they have
O.
name O.
Get the O out.
Get the O out.
Mm-hmm.
With the one exception being when they played your Cowboys. That's about it. Seriously.
No, yeah, you're right.
They just
Dallas loves making people have career games.
That was such a bad game.
We missed out on most of the second half because we wanted to watch the new Vince Gilligan show. Because I was like, I'd rather watch that than this game. And so we watched an episode.
I watched
you're
Ferrari
already
last
so
night.
you're already starting to check out on football.
No, I'm checked out on Broncos Raiders. There's a difference.
That's football.
It is football.
You're always about, it's football, it's football. Week 0 comes along and Montana State's playing some
I can't argue
Division
with this.
2 team, and you're like, oh, it's football.
I can't
it's
argue.
football.
By November,
it was football.
I
last night.
I mean, part of it too is like we're going to be really busy over the next few days, and so if you didn't get it in, like I don't know when we would have had another chance because she works late tonight. Football tomorrow, football Sunday, football Monday. We can't watch it on Monday. The Eagles play the Packers, so had to get an episode in. I'm happy we did. I enjoyed it. Really good episode. Yeah, you're probably asleep.
I went to bed and started the fourth quarter. Yeah. I went to bed. I was like, nah. I'm not. I mean, it was 10-7. I'm like, the odds of anyone scoring anything more are pretty slim the way this game's going. And sure enough, when I open up the score bug in the morning, yep, no one scored anymore.
As Otson said on the Connor Happer show earlier today, Nick, real quick, I don't think that was a graphic. I think that's a camera on the play clock is why the bulbs look that way. As Otson said on the Happer show, they could have doubled the score and they still would have hit the under. That was the type of performance it was last night.
Yeah, it was pretty stanky.
It was bad.
It was pretty doggone stanky.
Yeah, indeed.
Ways to get in touch with us: Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline or text line 402-951-1620. Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Mm-hmm.
And we have our Pick Me a Winner, Bobby, poll question up on the all-new J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Well, no, that's on your account. It's the same.
It's been retweeted from the all-new J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Nice.
At USC 1620. Can't believe that handle was open. But it was, and now it belongs to the Grum.
Yet again.
At USC 1620. Your options: Nebraska close, Nebraska comfortably, UCLA close, UCLA comfortably.
Oh boy. Can you imagine if it was the last one?
If it was UCLA comfortably?
Yeah. That would be an interesting big overreaction at 1:30 in the morning on Sunday.
That should be about the time it wraps up.
Uh-huh. Unless the phones are still full, then you probably got to give them another hour.
No. A, the phones will not be busy at 1:30. And B,
speak for me. Okay.
When we hit 2 hours,
you're going to bed?
We're done. We're done.
Text message, or email rather, from Matt. Why in the bleeping hell are you guys saying Raiola is transferring? Did I miss some news? We didn't say that.
No.
Just said it's a possibility.
Nick was actually
Nick's
the one
reporting
doing it.
I'm not reporting anything.
Oh, okay.
Nick was the one who was saying, well, what if you go to Penn State?
Yeah, we're not saying that. Do not put it on. Seriously, do not put it on the internet that Unsportsmanlike Conduct said that.
But when Lane goes to that other school, he might want another quarterback.
Sam writes, between Grimm having high school recess, not knowing about Cooper, dismissing grass and turf stats, and suggesting Texas would take Raiola, we're off to a shaky start.
I didn't dismiss the stats. I just didn't realize that they split them up like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
Oh, and a follow-up from the emailer. Okay, phew. Damn you, Nick. Come on, Nick. Don't scare our listeners like that.
By the way, the early results.
Yeah.
Nebraska close, 39%.
Okay.
UCLA close, 29%.
Okay.
Nebraska comfortably, 21%.
Hello.
UCLA comfortably, 12%. I am surprised that we're well, and now we've just had an update. A precinct in Utah has just checked in. It's 60-40. Nebraska winning.
Nice.
I'm a little surprised.
Oh, I'm not.
I feel a little pessimism in the air.
You get close to the game though, and people start getting pretty excited. They're like, "I'm ready to go. I'm gonna pick them to
we're
win."
Not that close. We're not even 24 hours yet.
That's true because it's famously an 8:00 game. And 1 week ago, with the time change, this would be 9:00 body clock for all of us. I hope we're all ready. Hope we have our caffeine and are ready to go. I'm gonna be sleepy.
Yeah, hopefully. I kind of hope it's like the Broncos-Raiders game and I can sleep.
No, you have to do the post game.
I can still sleep through it.
Okay, you're just gonna go off vibes. Okay, good luck.
Well, not the whole game, just like a quarter.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, folks, based on how third quarters have gone, you can take that quarter off.
Yeah, you just know Nebraska's going to lose
If
points.
you want to schedule a nap for tomorrow during the game,
that's the quarter to
third
do
quarter.
It. Yeah, that's true.
Definitely third quarter.
Yeah, that's true.
Coming up next, Bill Connolly of ESPN.com
Nice.
will join us, and we will discuss the week games in college football on 1620 The Zone. The hate is strong in this one. Money Chris. Talking about our predictions poll.
Yeah.
It's November, and we're still talking about the Huskers. History would tell you it's always the opponent comfortably. I mean, it's hard to spot the lie given Nebraska's November record the last few years. Bill Conley of ESPN.com joins us. Wasn't that famous flea kicker game at Missouri? Wasn't that in November?
Wow, you're starting off.
I'm trying to uplift our audience,
but not uplift our guests.
Sorry.
We all just kind of sat around in the dorms in Columbia that night, just kind of staring at the floor, like what happened? Actually, now that I think about that, we had to go back to the dorms just to figure out what happened because we didn't really have any idea.
Yeah, because in the stadium there wouldn't have been a big screen. Did they have a replay board?
They did, but I mean, it was 97 replay, so it was the Jumbotron in 1997 wasn't really all that hot. So
very pixelated or very dot matrixy. Crazy. Bill joining us from ESPN.com, games of the week. It's funny because just based on our schedule, we haven't really had a chance to talk about the first committee rankings. So let's start with that. What was your biggest takeaway? And especially the first use of strength of record, which was baked into the formula this year for the first time.
Yeah, it's still kind of blurry what they're using and how they're using it and everything. But I did on Tuesday morning, I told my editor, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm kind of concerned for Oregon. And honestly, in a way, and I wrote about this in a little in today's preview, just the way that we use strength of schedule in general, it makes it sound like you deserve whatever you get. Like you plan to have a strong or weak schedule. And in Oregon's case, like 10 years ago, they signed home and home with a really good Oklahoma State program. They had a game scheduled in week, whatever it was, 4 and 5 against the number 2 team in the preseason rankings. Like they scheduled a good schedule. And then Oklahoma State became the worst power conference team in years. And Penn State fell apart after losing to Oregon. And suddenly they have a terrible schedule and they're going to be ranked 9th below a couple Big 12 teams, including one with the loss. Like that wasn't, it's fair. If you look at resumes, it's fair. I just don't really, I like to, that's why I always try to lean on how you play, not who you play, because you don't really have control over who you play. And they're one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the country.
Speaking of how you play, Bill, Indiana has been a dominant force yet again for the second straight year. And I was thinking about it this morning because we have seen teams, quote unquote, like this climb to the top or near the top of the AP poll over the years. Like you can think of some of those Kansas State teams, especially in the second era of Bill Snyder. But like I was looking at the final rankings in your SP Plus standings for 2012, and they were all the way down at 11th. Now they've taken a couple of losses. So that's a long way to ask you this. Do you have any historical markers for how highly, like has a team like in Indiana ever been ranked this high in your numbers? Because it's not just like the eye test or they're undefeated, so we have to award them a second ranking, but they're matching that in your numbers as well. Right. And am I even making sense with this question? And if so, has anything like this ever happened before?
It's really, really hard to come up with a good example. It's one thing, like if you go unbeaten, you'll rise in the rankings and you'll be really high, but it'd be like 2015 Iowa, where you're winning every game by 3 points. Well, almost like Virginia this year. Like they've lost a game, but they're ranked really high because they've won 8 out of 9 or whatever it is, and they've won their last 4 by like 4 points, 3 in overtime in the last 5 actually. And so that's how this usually goes. Indiana is just crushing teams repeatedly. And they're up to second in SP Plus. They were first for a week, and then Ohio State, I guess, looked a little better last week, which it's hard to top 55-10 at Maryland, but apparently Ohio State crept back ahead. But they're still overachieving against projections by double digits almost every single week. The only times they didn't were against Michigan State, and they still won by 25, and at Iowa, who I think is just really good. And so it's hard, and Ohio State's probably still better. I will preface that. Like I think once Ohio State actually has to shift into fifth gear, they actually, I think, shifted into fourth for a minute last week against Penn State. And so they started making a bunch of big plays and put that game away. I think if everybody's forced to shift into gear, Ohio State's still going to prove to be the best team. Indiana isn't really worried about saving themselves. They're just going out and they really like throwing haymakers, but they're dynamite. And I cannot think of a team that was 2-10 like 2 years earlier doing this, and every single week. 3-9. Sorry, they were 3-9 2 years earlier. I don't want to undersell them.
Bill Connolly joining us, and of course, remember his book Forward Progress, which came out late this summer, also out there. Great history primer on how basically college football got to this point, and a lot of stuff in there about,
where it's going,
playoff formulas and things of that nature. Not to belabor the point on Indiana, but it used to be back in the olden times, you were going for style points.
Yeah.
Does this feel like they're going for style points, or are they just that good they can't help themselves?
I do think they're staying pretty aggressive. That was the thing. Comparing them to Ohio State is probably the best example. Ohio State learned last year that with their schedule, they can basically be the New England Patriots, the 2010s New England Patriots, and just kind of dole out the quality at times. Otherwise, like Julian's saying, for the first 2 months of the year, he had some of the lowest just average distance of pass. He was just kind of throwing sideline to sideline, quick little throws. And they were, of course, with their receiving core, that was working great, but they weren't making very many big plays because they didn't ever have to. And they would let Ohio stick around until the second quarter or something and just kind of take their time. Indiana probably doesn't have, I do think Indiana's trying harder to beat teams than Ohio State is. Let's put it that way. And so, maybe that means they are, they don't have the same upside necessarily, but they're showing what upside they have constantly. And I guess the only difference is how much you're putting on film and how much opponents can see what you're trying to do, I guess.
Bill, looking at tomorrow, the vibes from seemingly everybody that I've heard from over the last few days are saying Iowa over Oregon against the points. And a lot of people are saying, I like them to pull off the upset. And a lot of that is historical, right? Like you look at the last decade, better teams as good as Oregon have gone in there and have either, had to fight for a 1 to 2 point win or have lost outright. I know the SP Plus numbers, I was just looking at it from your preview this morning, have Oregon pretty much right around the number. What are you expecting to see tomorrow afternoon in Iowa City?
Yeah, I struggle to talk myself all the way into an Iowa upset simply because I think Oregon's awesome. The only thing we don't know Oregon can do is beat Indiana. Like their offense against everybody else has looked pretty much untouchable, 40-something points per game. Their defense against everyone else besides Indiana has allowed 11 points per game. So they've passed all but one test, and I think they're really, really strong. I just really like Iowa. I give them a chance in this game because I think Iowa's really good. It's been really confusing. After years of, first of all, after years of using 2015 Iowa as my example of a terrible team that won a lot of games, I've been, making the point this year to just point out, I think they're awesome. And it's been really confusing that this team hasn't gotten the benefit of the doubt from the pollsters like previous Iowa teams have. They're not even ranked in the AP poll. And all they've lost to, they lost to Iowa State early on the road when Iowa State was really good, rivalry game last second. And they lost to Indiana by 5 points and, 7 if you don't count that, intentional safety at the end. That's still less than, Oregon among other teams. I just think they're awesome and they're going to have a chance in this game because they can finally run the ball really well. They still don't commit penalties. They don't commit turnovers. They just do Iowa things really, really well this year. And that's going to make them really hard to knock out.
Bill Connolly of ESPN.com joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. This is the second week in a row we've had an important Big 12 game where somebody's been favored by double digits. And this time it's Texas Tech hosting BYU. BYU is the last undefeated team in the Big 12, but yet favored by 10 in this one. Do your numbers kind of jibe with that? Because, a lot of folks think, wow, this seems a little bit high, but Texas Tech, when they've been on, they've been really good.
Yeah, I mean, they looking back, even with their backup, they should have beaten Arizona State. That was a pretty poor performance, I think. But otherwise, I've got my post-game win expectancy number, which basically kind of looks at how badly are you beating the teams you're beating is one way to look at it. Just the stats from that game, the things that go into SP Plus eventually. Their post-game win expectancy and the wins have been 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 196.
Oh my God.
So they've just crushed the teams they've beaten, and they're fourth in SP Plus, even having lost to Arizona State. So I mean, I have this at Tech by 9.7. BYU is a mature team. They're physical, they're mature, despite having a true freshman quarterback. They're mature, and if this game's within one score in the fourth quarter, then I do think they're going to be really, really comfortable in how they go about things because they have had to come back on the road. They've had to do a lot of those things. They've also been down a lot on the road. They gave up a 24-0 run to Arizona, and if you do that to Arizona, you can give up a 38-0 run to Texas Tech if you're not careful. So I think Tech's ceiling's way, way higher. But if BYU can survive the first three quarters, the edge flips around, I think.
Bill, as a child of the Big 12, I always expect Texas A&M to eventually do something bad and fall apart. I mean, they're 8-0, right? Like they're having an all-time season, certainly in my life. I mean, in all of our lifetimes, if we're being honest here. And I wonder if the game against your alma mater tomorrow, given the passing success rate that you pointed out, when A&M has the ball, they've been really, really good on standard downs. But when it gets into a situation where they have to throw, that is where Marcel Reed and company can be had a little bit. Like, not to just boil a football game down to one particular key, but I wonder how big of a story you think that stat can tell in this game tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about, they're first in standard down success rate and 88th in passing down success rate. Because on passing downs, they have a solid run game that they know can gain 5 yards, and they've got Marcel Reed who can, in those situations, basically, do a little play action or something, look at one read, and then use his legs to gain 10 yards if that read's not open. Like, everything clicks. But when he's stuck in the pocket, he's still only an average quarterback, I think. And so you combine that with the fact that Missouri's going to be having to start a freshman quarterback in Matt Zollers, and A&M has a dynamite pass rush. And you really do see, like, it feels like whoever is gaining those 5 yards on first down, whoever is staying on schedule the most has a huge advantage in this game on both sides of the ball. A&M's really weird. I mean, their pass rush is awesome. They force plenty of 3 and outs, but they can get hit with lots of big plays at the same time. The aggression doesn't always look good on them. They've given up 40 plus points a couple times and won both times because Marcel Reed doesn't mind a track meet. But they are a very good and kind of beatable team. And that at least gives Missouri hope, even though it's hard to, you're playing the number 3 team in the country with a guy starting his first game ever. It's hard to lean all the way towards Missouri in that regard.
Yeah.
Bill, the Alabama Crimson Tide caught the idle week at a good time because they're coming off a brutal schedule, and now they come back. And normally you wouldn't say LSU feels like, a comfortable game for them. But given all the circumstances that they've been going through, now they're unranked. They're out of this conversation altogether. Yet at the same time, it's still LSU. They still have a quarterback who's going to project very high in the NFL draft. Could this be an opportunity where Alabama maybe gets a little too happy with themselves coming off a week of rest?
Right. I mean, that's kind of, LSU now has the best coach in college football this year, interim coach. We've seen a lot of interim coaches. And coming off the bye week, especially, that seems to be a secret weapon as well. They've, if they take advantage of that, like UCLA and others did, and come out with just a game plan that Alabama can't really see coming, do some things, do some surprising things, land a few shots early. I mean, we know what talent LSU has. Their offensive line has been horrible this year, and there's probably no overcoming that, in November at this point. But Alabama's been 2023 Washington in a lot of ways. It's been really confusing SP Plus for 15 years just loved Alabama. They were always either 1 or 2 for the most part. They're 7-1. They're 4th in the playoff rankings. They're 10th in SP Plus because they kind of only do the things they have to do. They haven't dominated in forever. All those impressive results, they tried to lose to South Carolina after all that. So it is kind of, I think there's an opening for LSU, but you do figure first quarter is absolutely key. They have to take advantage of that. Let's do some stuff they're not expecting. Let's score some easy points and then hold on for dear life. And, that's easier said than done, I guess. Although if UCLA could do it, anybody can.
Bill, I love what you wrote in the capsule for the Georgia-Mississippi State game. And I don't really so much want to ask you about this matchup, but you say that let's assume that the Bulldogs trail late and win anyway. It's a thing that they like to do. Like, at what point does this bite them, in your opinion? Like, are we going to talk about it in what, a month and a half, in 2 months in January? Like, they can't keep getting away, not to go Jesse Pinkman, but they can't keep getting away with this, can they?
I think I actually had a section in a couple weeks ago that at first I said it. They can't keep getting away with this, can they? No, it has been pretty funny to watch this. Kirby Smart. Look, his team. No matter the talent levels or where he's coaching, that team is always going to brawl for 60 minutes, and they have proof of concept that if we just keep throwing punches, eventually we're gonna land and something's gonna flip, and that's great. It's just like you're the second, like in terms of recruiting stars, you're the second most talented team in the country, and you're having to give yourself all this work because it's like they don't come into a game with a game plan. Like the other team's game plan always works to start the game, and they're always behind. It is very frustrating, and it feels like they're leaving. Like if you could be that good in the fourth quarter, be that good in the first quarter and give yourself the fourth quarter off. It seems like that'd be so much easier, but we kind of saw that last year too. They didn't have the same upside last year. Their defensive front wasn't nearly as good. And then, hey, they brawled their way to the SEC title anyway. And if not for basically one bad minute against Notre Dame, they would have probably been in the semifinals.
Bill, I know obviously it's a game that doesn't have any playoff implications at all, but it's the one folks around here are the most interested in. How do you handle a situation where you've got a team in UCLA who has flipped the script from the first month of the season, and then Nebraska, who's going to go into this game without Dylan Raiola, a freshman quarterback making his first start?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is kind of hard. Like, obviously, UCLA's defense got a lot better after the coaching change, and they did some things differently. Then we'll see about what that Indiana game means, because they were right in a hot streak there, and then Indiana just knocked them out and just drove them into the ground, and just have reset their form in some way. But bottom line is Nebraska has a lot of talent and matchup advantages to lean on. It's just, can they run the ball well enough to keep to keep Teef out of obvious pass situations, obvious danger zones? I think they maybe can. I mean, Emmett Johnson seems to be getting better. The running game isn't producing just a ton of huge plays, but it's keeping them on schedule for the most part. No negative plays. So, I mean, I think that's probably the thing. If you can do that, if you can throw just enough short passes to make sure they're not putting, 8 in the box or whatever, then there's a path here. It's not going to be a pretty path. It's going to be a 21-16 kind of game at most, but I think they still have to feel reasonably confident.
Bill, we keep saying incremental progress around here. For you, is that like matching the eye test, and is it matching what SP Plus is saying about Nebraska football in year 3 under Matt Rule?
Yeah, I mean, now when you've got a backup quarterback, it's going to be even more incremental. You're looking for I don't want to say moral victories, but you're just looking for signs of maturity and being able to count on guys other than the quarterback. So I think the checklist changes a little bit, but I mean, at this point in terms of SP Plus, it's always a good barometer, I think. And they've gone from 66th in his first year to 47th in his second. They're currently 28th. So pretty clear trajectory there. I know you always, especially in an age where Indiana's done what Indiana's done, you always just want bang, we're back. But there's still, if you're improving every year, you're improving every year. And I think Rule's still doing a solid job. Not Kurt Cignetti, but he's doing a solid job.
Did want to ask you about the group of 5. The committee didn't have a group of 5 team in its first survey. They designated Memphis as that team. What does the field look like? Who would give a higher seeded team, a higher seeded Power 4 team, a good matchup?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm rooting for at this point, because I want the group of 5 team to win one of these games and, earn back a little bit more respect. Memphis is 29th in SP Plus. And, they have a lot of power conference team players on that roster. We've seen them, they went up just fine against Arkansas. Arkansas obviously has plenty of flaws. but they're explosive. And after an early big play, they kind of shut Arkansas down about as well as anybody has, better than A&M did. So I do think Memphis has a lot of upside to offer in that regard. I am in that vein, and thinking about the teams most likely to challenge power conference teams. Obviously, I think USF is a lovely underdog in that they're just going to throw haymakers. They're going to go real fast, and they're going to try to land as many shots as possible. And maybe that means they get destroyed like they did against Miami, but they also beat Florida. They also, they can keep up athletically in a lot of ways, and they don't mind getting blown out. They're going to do their best, and they're not going to try to just, save themselves from embarrassment. So those are the two I feel most confident in. I am curious about North Texas in that passing game is really, really good, but I don't think they have the line play. That would be really concerning to me against whatever 5 seed they might play. But Memphis and USF, I think, could both give themselves a puncher's chance.
Bill Conley, ESPN.com, and don't forget that book, Forward Progress, that is out, and you can still get just about anywhere you get your books, or make sure you order it on Amazon. And really, really good stuff. It was a great read this summer as a primer to the season. But now that we've played a season, or not a full season, but now that we're deep into the season, it kind of gets you a different perspective on how things have developed over time. It's a really good book.
Yeah.
Bill, we always appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the weekend of games.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill Conley joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Interesting week of matchups. I like how we started talking about that Texas Tech game, and we'll have it later on in predictions. But just now, the second straight week in the Big 12, where you have this team who previously, or I guess was undefeated in Cincinnati's case last week. BYU is undefeated overall and in conference play, of course, this season, and yet they are dogs. They are big dogs. Last week we saw it with Cincinnati. Utah, they destroyed them. I mean, that game wasn't even close. Will we see the similar happen tomorrow with the home team being the Red Raiders pulling off a nice, comfortable win?
Are they cloned dogs?
No.
Are they backwards barking dogs?
No Tom Brady involved. No Tom Brady involved. Good question, though, Nick.
Yeah, great question.
That's what I'm here for.
All right, still to come, we've got Kent's Movie Club a little bit later on. We'll do our NFL preview. And next, we'll get into the subject of Emmett Johnson and his future.
I'm getting sad now.
Well, it's, people were willing to go there yesterday about, well, what if TJ plays well? There'll be a quarterback controversy. I think this is a greater threat to Husker mankind.
I would agree.
So we'll discuss that next on 1620 The Zone. comeback is underway.
Has it started?
Oh, yeah, it's 21-6, and the Colts are, I think, about to get their first touchdown finally.
That's the third quarter.
In
There's
the
no way they're going to come back.
AFC Championship from 2006.
How about the fact that at the end of the first half, they're down 21-3, they're inside the 10, and they decide to go for a field goal? You would not see that today.
No,
Team
you
would
would
have tried
not.
to go for a touchdown, and I mean, it ended up neat.
Ended up being a good decision because they got points. Then they got the ball, and here they come.
On the middle 8.
Charging down the middle of the field.
I never really paid attention to Peyton Manning, how he threw the ball when I was younger.
You think it's weird?
He just kind of catapults it.
How about how he holds it up at his ear?
Yeah, he just like
holds it up by his ear. His feet were always tip tap, tip
moving.
tap, tip tap, tip tap. But then when it was time to throw, it was like boom, boom.
Way cooler than the little. Oh, I'm gonna throw sideways.
Oh,
I mean, he was a classic quarterback.
Oh yeah,
There's something about a pocket passer.
Yeah, he really was.
He was a classic quarterback.
Yeah, he was good.
Slinging it everywhere.
He was very good. He
called the plays.
He also could
called the plays.
He
Field
also
general.
did something that quarterbacks
Literally.
aren't as good at these days, and that's called the play action fake.
Yeah, he's very good at play action. Very good.
The old
So,
path.
We got into this conversation this morning on the Friday Husker tailgate. Jack Mitchell hosting on KLIN. I joined Nate Rohr and Kevin Suits from Channel 10. We always have a good time. And I think there was just a general subject about Emmett. And I think it was Jack that kind of first brought up the possibility, hey, what about he's got another year left. What about the transfer portal? Right?
Jack brought it up?
I believe, yes. I believe Jack was the first one to bring it up.
Whoa.
We talk about, obviously, we always talk about Dylan because quarterbacks are always going to be sought after.
Yes.
Ja'Cory Barney, Isaiah Hunter, those types of guys. And what about Emmett? I mean, Emmett did technically jump in last year, but came right back out and stayed after it was apparent that Nebraska really needed a running back. And boy, that ended up being one of the more fortuitous events that has happened in recent Nebraska history that went their way. Because imagine a world this year without Emmett Johnson.
My gosh.
Now we don't know, what Nebraska would have done in the portal to get somebody.
Do they spend a little bit?
But I would say this.
Yeah, it would have been tough.
I don't think Nebraska would have come out better if Emmett had left and Nebraska spent a lot of money on a running back. Because when you look at the numbers, he's at the top of the national rushing charts. He's going to be first team all conference. He's having an amazing season. And Nebraska could not have done any better, short of if Jeremiah Love had decided to jump in the portal, which he didn't. I don't think Nebraska could have done any better. They couldn't have gotten a Justice Haynes. They couldn't have got a Jeremiah Love. No, because they weren't leaving their schools anyway. So Nebraska was very fortunate from that standpoint. But as you think about it now, and Emmett will be finishing up his junior year, he is draft eligible. And I brought up the idea, or was it, again, it may have been Jack too, but wait a minute. What about the NFL? His odometer as a running back is pretty low. And running back carries, the running back position is not like it used to be, where guys will hang around in the league at a high level for 10 years. It just doesn't happen that much. And of positions of guys that come out early, running back's a pretty high position. They all are now because of the money. But if you're having a season like Emmett, and you're going to be in the conversation for best back in the Big Ten, which means you're one of the best backs in the country, your stock really can't go a whole lot higher, especially given, again, the relatable number of low carries, because, you know, he wasn't utilized a ton his first couple of years.
Yeah, if a running back has X number of carries on their odometer in their career, or a pitcher has X number of pitches on their odometer, his is so low right now, and thus it's like, wow, he's got more of them in theory at the next level, or even in college.
Now you might be saying, well, but really what do the scouts think? Because, you know,
because that's ultimately what's important, right? Are we essentially, what a different way that I would ask the question, John, is, are we overrating him, you know, a bit around here because we haven't seen a running back of this level since Amir Abdullah over a decade ago?
Well, I will point you over to one of the more recent positional rankings by one Mel Kiper.
Okay.
Who has Emmett as his number 8 running back right now.
Okay.
His number 8 running back. Now, again, I'm using one guy's opinion. There's other boards where either Emmett's not on it because they haven't considered him yet. But I guarantee you more will once they realize, oh, who's this Emmett? Oh, he's draft eligible. Oh, we might need to look at this guy.
By the way, number 8, the 8th best running back last year, let's pretend that's where it was, would be a 4th rounder. Last year, it was a 4th rounder. Trevor Etienne got picked 114th overall, 8th running back by the Carolina Panthers. And there were, upwards of, looks like probably close to 20-something running backs that were taken. So number 8 overall, what are you?
When we looked it up.
Did I count wrong from the top?
Josh, numbers are your thing.
We thought it was Cam Skattebo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Maybe we miscounted.
No, you're right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cam
Skattebo.
Skattebo, number 8.
Cam Skattebo was,
and that was 105th overall.
He was the 8th running back taken.
Same round.
4th round, 3rd pick.
And so I think that's a good way to.
And Cam Skattebo was starting for the New York Giants.
Now it's interesting because Cam
before
year
he got hurt,
1,700-yard season for Arizona State,
but had a lot more on his odometer.
A lot of carries. He had 709.
Big physical guy with a lot of carries on his record.
Now, so here's how I've been thinking about Emmett, because I don't want to answer the question just yet. We've been talking a lot in comparison to Amir Abdullah. Amir Abdullah, in his 3rd season at Nebraska, rushed for almost 1,700 yards, which I kind of forget about. You know, I knew that he had the great 1,690 yards. He only had 2 games his entire junior season where he didn't hit 100. He had 98 in the loss to UCLA. He had 85 in the loss to Iowa. Otherwise, he got to at least 100 yards every single game. He had more than 1,900 all-purpose yards. From that perspective, it's insane that he came back, because Emmett is on pace for about 1,500 rushing yards, which is not anything to sneeze at.
No, but it'll be a top. Well, what do we figure? I think it'll be like the 7th best season in Nebraska history.
If he's able to get there.
If he can get to 1,500.
And Amir came back, and what sucks is Amir got hurt. Otherwise, he would have challenged, in my opinion, for 2,000 yards. But he got hurt at the beginning of November, and he only had one 100-yard game over the last 5, and that was against Iowa. He had 106.
Yeah.
And so, all that to say, it didn't affect him. And no offense to Emmett, because I think Emmett's really, really good. Amir, better. And I think Amir was better as a junior. So it's not even that I'm using the knowledge of him as a senior, but I thought Amir was a better player as a junior. That said, today versus then, NIL, right? He and rev share. Emmett Johnson's able to get paid at Nebraska today, and Amir was not. And so, does that help? Does that hurt? And look,
okay. So you want to look at it that way. I looked up Cam Skattebo's contract.
Yeah, what's he making?
He signed a 5-year deal worth a little over $5 million a season.
Wait, no, $5 million a season?
Or $5 million overall.
Okay.
Sorry, over. Basically, it averages just a little bit more than $1 million a season.
Now that is way over what the portal positional value is. Max Olson wrote about this. Let me see if I can find it real fast. In the summer, yeah, here we go. This was August 24th. Running backs, a top running back, 300 to 700,000. So $1 million a season is more than 300 to 700,000.
And You're in the league.
You're in the league.
You're where you want to be ultimately as a football player. You're in the National Football League.
And you're, more importantly, you're 1 year closer to your second contract.
You're closer to a second contract where you can prove yourself. So I looked back at other seasons just to compare. So the 8th overall running back taken in 2024 was Ray Davis, who is the backup in Buffalo. He was picked in the 4th round, pick number 28. Ray Davis, of course, still in the league.
Mm-hmm.
In 2023, that 8th running, and again,
and by the way, that people are asking, is the contract fully guaranteed for Cam? No, he gets it's $1 million of it is guaranteed.
Yeah,
$1 million of it is guaranteed.
Correct. But remember, you're in the league, and whatever Emmett does in terms of NIL for his senior season, that'll also only be a 1-year thing, and then he's done.
Yeah,
and can't come back. So just keep that in mind as you weigh these back and forth. Roschon Johnson of the Bears, who I believe is hurt right now.
Okay.
He was the 8th running back taken in 2023, 4th round, 13th pick. 2022, that player was Zamir White, who's currently with the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's take a look at his contract, just to go back a couple of years. Zamir White signed a 4-year deal worth $4.4 million a year. He was guaranteed $743 at signing, which was his signing bonus.
Yeah, and that, for the record, that was the same thing with Cam.
But
Scatterbo.
he is still...
So Cam Scatterbo, because of the bonus and then what he's getting paid this year,
Correct.
He's got about $2 million in the bank.
Correct. So my point being is this.
Be concerned?
Absolutely.
Well, I would say this too.
Absolutely. Because again, his stock is never going to be higher. We're using Mel Kiper, and you can dismiss Mel Kiper all you want, but I mean, the man has been following this stuff for a long time. It doesn't, we're just using it as a guide because it's the only guide that we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the bottom line is, if you got a guy like Kiper who sees Emmett Johnson that way, there are going to be others, including NFL scouts, who are going to see it that way. And his meter is comparatively low,
and that
compared to a lot of other running backs of his type that would be draft eligible.
Yeah, and so not only is his odometer low, he's getting better, which you have to really
getting
like.
Better.
And I would say this, and this is not a troll. This is certainly not reporting. But if you're concerned about Dylan Raiola leaving, I would think that makes it more likely than Emmett would leave too. If Dylan Raiola is not on Nebraska's roster, because they're very close,
they're good friends.
If he's not on the roster next year, I would venture to guess that Emmett Johnson will also not be on the roster next year, whether it's going to another school or whether it's going into the NFL. But you're right. I mean, all of the things that you're saying right now, you're presenting very, very good arguments. It's a great problem to have because, I mean, it's a good developmental story. This guy who, was even lower rated, if I remember right, than Amir Abdullah was, as a guy coming out of high school. And I mean, heck, even before Dana arrived last year, that I know I joke about the EJ hire, but like there weren't very many of us who I thought there was something there. And you look at since Dana arrived versus before, and it's night and day. Now, I guess you could maybe use that as a negative too. Like, why did it take this guy arriving for them to recognize that he could do it? And he answered every question that we had coming into this year. Can he carry more of a load? Yeah. Because now, I mean, he is carrying more of a load and then some.
Yes, he has.
They have not done
They're just now really starting to push, if you want to call it the limit.
Mm-hmm.
They're just now really starting to push the limit. And at max, Emmett Johnson has 4 games left.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't have Dylan Raiola anymore. And so how much more are they going to push the limit?
And obviously we'll get a better idea if he decides to opt out of the bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm not saying it's going to happen, folks. I'm just saying the iron will never really be hotter. unless you say, well, what if he comes back next year and he's a Heisman candidate? Cool. Great. That's awesome.
For sure.
But you want a recent example?
Sure.
Of what the 8th best running back in the draft or the 8th pick taken can be? Look to Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers.
Wow, so interesting.
Who last year signed a 4-year extension worth $33 million, including a $7.5 million signing bonus, $16.5 million guaranteed.
And so that's why you go pro, because you want to get closer to that.
Exactly.
It's not about let's say he could even get $1 million next year in the portal. It's not about $1 million to go to another school. It's not about a 4-year contract worth $4 million, total. It is about that. It's about getting 1 year closer, and you'd rather get hurt in the pros than you would in college.
Yeah.
Right.
And you've got a coach in Matt Rule who would be a guy who would give him fair advice and would probably say, yeah, Emmett, this might be a good time for you to go for it.
I was just going to say,
and put your name in the draft.
If anyone was going to say that to him, I bet it would be Matt Rule.
Yes, it would.
I bet it would be Matt
As much as he would hate to lose him.
Yeah.
But Matt's a straight shooter.
And again, it's a good story to tell for the program.
And it's a great story to tell for the program.
John,
are you kidding me?
We're like a month away from him being first team all conference and running back of the year in the league. Amir was first team, but he didn't do the other thing because Ezekiel Elliott was playing for Ohio State at the time.
Who was the last high profile Nebraska player to go to the pros?
I mean, high profile, because they've had guys go.
Well, the funny thing is, a 4th round pick usually doesn't get a lot of. It's not considered high profile. And again, we're extrapolating here that the number 8 running back taken, assuming that person were Emmett, would go in the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
But that has been, it's consistent going back the last 4 drafts.
Yeah.
The 8th running back taken has been a 4th round pick.
Yeah. So if you're talking about true high profile, like Ndamukong Suh, Randy Gregory, Prince Amukamara, like those types of guys.
Right.
So it's been a while.
But assuming and I would say right now, if there were betting odds on it, the odds-on favorite to be the Big Ten back of the year is Emmett Johnson,
especially because of the injury.
The injury to Justice Haynes. Now you'll probably get a few people just because of the Michigan thing, and Haynes is really good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and
Haynes will be high on a lot of draft boards.
But dude, if Emmett gets to like we said, projected, he has now it would be 3 more regular season games, so not 4 more games.
Correct.
But 3 more regular season games, you're looking at another 300 to 400 yards if he does what he has been doing.
Yes,
and I would imagine that, assuming he stays healthy, that's a fair number, and I would go over because they're going to be more reliant on him now with no Dylan Raiola out there. And so if he turns into a 14-ish 100-yard back, I feel very comfortable with Haynes. I mean, Haynes is going to miss weeks. There's talk about him not even playing in the Ohio State game. And so if he doesn't play in that, then you can say like he was really good before he got hurt, but the injury would have happened so early in the season that you're going to have to give it to somebody else, in my opinion.
I would leave you with this.
Okay.
Enjoy this young man while you can.
100%, man. This has been an awesome ride to see him blossom before our eyes in a way that even the most ardent supporters wouldn't have dreamed of. He hit 1,000 yards. That was the prop that we did before the year for the whole season. And he did it.
He's already done
after 9 games. And he's already done. He's getting better by the game.
He's getting better by the game, and he's going to be leaned on more by the game.
Yeah, I'm with you. Enjoy the hell out of this, because you don't get we have, especially around here, have not gotten a story like this in quite some time. It's been a lot of fun.
In fact, you know what, Josh?
What?
Put it on the list.
Oh. What, he's
Emmett
going pros?
Emmett will enter his name into the draft.
That's a sad item, but okay.
It's not sad for him.
No, that's true. It's not sad for him.
It's not sad for him. I guarantee you he will have people giving him that advice.
Right.
I guarantee you he will have people giving him that advice.
Well, you know what? I think we'll probably get a good idea. This is a 2026 NFL draft. We'll probably have a good idea by the time we do this in a month and a half, because if he's not playing in the bowl game, that's going to be the dead giveaway.
Oh, of course.
So keep an eye on that.
But enjoy this young man while you can, because he has been a revelation.
Yeah.
You know what else is a revelation?
What?
The fact that we can play underdog fantasy right here in Nebraska. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now here in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. So just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today, use promo code 1620thezone, and score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
John, you mentioned the NFL. Don't forget about college. We were just talking about Emmett Johnson. Higher or lower than 105.5 rushing yards. What about Nico Iamaleava? Higher or lower than 35.5 rushing yards. That and more available right now. Just download the app, put in our promo code 1620thezone, all one word, 1620thezone, and you can score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code 1620thezone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I just realized I hadn't sent Kent the movie club link.
He'll be joining us soon.
Yes, he will.
And wait till you find out what John's picking
I can't wait
for next week. I can't believe he did it.
Wait a second. You can't believe I
Picked next week's movie.
would have picked that movie based on what it's on.
Based on what it's about.
Based on what it's about?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It does seem a little out of your comfort
Yeah,
zone.
this seems like a Stibbs pick, not a John pick.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No.
This seems like a
God,
tusk.
and the more you guys.
Why are you guys so triggered by
I'm
this?
not triggered. I'm not triggered.
Don't put it on the internet.
I'm not. I'm just surprised.
I don't know if
how
anyone
how little you know me.
I don't know if there's anyone in my life who I've ever said, I don't think you'd like that movie, that has taken offense to it like you. You're the only one in my life.
I am not taking offense to it.
You go, but why? That's what you do every time.
No,
what do you mean?
Okay, but
that's offense.
But that is not offense. That is surprise. That is genuine surprise.
Okay.
I wish we could talk about this.
Well, people will get to listen in 40 minutes.
I don't want to ruin the surprise.
Yeah, it'll be a fun surprise.
I don't want to ruin the surprise because it's not Josh's story to tell.
Dwayne writes, "Oh, he triggered."
No, I am not triggered.
Don't
I'm
put
just
it on the internet.
I am surprised.
I am surprised.
Given the
nature
of the movie.
You do like odd things sometimes.
I do like odd things.
Yeah.
I like Monty Python.
Yeah, I wouldn't compare this. Wouldn't compare this to Monty Python.
No, I wouldn't either.
I wouldn't compare this to Monty Python.
Also, remember, I am a child of the 80s where the slasher film
did have some of these types of themes.
Not this theme.
I mean, kind of close to it.
No, not this theme.
I mean, kind of close to it.
Let's not give it away.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
They had weapons.
They had weapons.
They had like
we did weapons last week.
Pins in their head.
Uh-huh.
The glove with the razor blades on the end of it.
I can't wait for
kind of stuff.
Can't wait for Riz to find out. So what is the movie? And then I tell her and she says, "What's that?" And then I tell her what it's about and she says, "What?" I cannot wait for her reaction.
I told Paige
it's
already what it was. She's like,
it is genuine surprise that you wouldn't think.
I think you're surprised that we're surprised.
You know what I think it is?
Bet Kent will be.
You know
surprised.
what I think it is?
I can't wait for Kent.
I think you guys are reading into my pushback of Spooky Month.
No, it's not that. It's that this is a Stibbs movie or a Nick movie. You usually pick Netflix top 10.
Okay.
You don't pick
I do not usually pick Netflix top 10. I've done that. I think it was the baseball movie that
the fly fishing
movie
and the fly fishing movie. Just those two. Those are the only two I ever picked off Netflix top 10.
Okay. Lazo wants to know, is John going to do a spooky movie in November? I will be triggered at that.
I don't know if I would call this a spooky movie.
I don't know. I mean, it is horror. I believe it's horror comedy is what it was listed
Let's
at.
put it this way. There was a movie called, what the hell was it? Oh my God.
It's comedy horror.
Yes, it's comedy horror.
That's what this movie is called.
It's comedy horror. Dag nabbit, what the heck was that movie called? Anyway, the woman gave birth to this alien thing that just went around and started hacking people to bits. And it was just, it was the campiest, cheesiest, dumbest thing ever. And we laughed hysterically.
We do like laughter.
And this movie sounds like it's in that same vein. But the crazy thing is about it, it got good reviews.
Well, now you're going to spoil it because we talked about it this week. Yeah. So now people might be figuring it out.
Well, let them figure it out. But you'll find out coming up
next hour.
Next hour.
When we talk to Kent.
And
John's sending him the link right
now. Did I send?
I don't know.
In that whole excitement, in my excitement to deny my denial of this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check, make sure I said it. I did send. Okay, good. Anyway, I look forward to that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to the conversation about a movie coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska is showing up, ladies and gentlemen, on a top list. It's the K4 team watchability list for the rest of the season.
Oh, that's exciting.
K4 does a watchability index, which factors in the quality of the game, the quality of the teams, the impact it could have on the playoff. And Nebraska is number 14. These are for the games for the rest of the season.
Mm-hmm.
These are the games for the rest of the season. Nebraska's watchability is 14th best. Oklahoma's number 1. By the way, it's on a 10-point scale. Oklahoma's watchability the rest of the season is 9.5.
That's what happens when you're playing really good teams, really good games.
Texas is 9.3. And remember, this also factors in the team itself.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a combination. You need two to tango.
This is Nebraska's being factored in. Iowa is number 8.
Now, see, look, I love K Ford, even though he doesn't respond to Nick anymore. I mean, that might tell you something right there. Is the watchability index broken?
Oh, you.
What? I'm just asking.
You scumbag.
You think they're watchable?
You are so leaning into this bit. Scribes Peterson.
Wrong.
Ever since last week, old Scribes Peterson's getting a big head about himself.
There's no big head.
They got Oregon.
On top of my body,
they got Oregon.
They have
left.
USC.
They got
USC. All right, maybe
that could. I mean,
they have Nebraska.
They have Nebraska.
That game's going to be 4-3. Like, that game won't be very watchable unless you're a sicko, like your movie pick.
Nick. I'm sorry, not Nick. Josh.
Wow. What did I do?
What the hell? Don't you call me Nick.
Both teams will have a running quarterback.
They will have a running quarterback.
This could be like a 45-43 Nebraska-Iowa game.
No, maybe 4.5 to 4.3 points is what it will be.
See, again, Scribes Peterson and his whole Iowa have a bad offense.
No.
They're good.
No. Their
now.
defense is
good.
No, Nebraska's defense is good. Iowa's defense is good. There's no way that game will be high scoring. Put that on the list. Iowa and Nebraska are going to play in a 10-13 game like they always do. Always. There's no way that game is high scoring. Am I adding a second list item in as many segments from you?
Nebraska, Iowa. Is this a good enough list item?
I don't know. You tell me.
Nebraska, Iowa's total. Not the predictive total.
You're saying the actual total.
The actual total will be above 40.
Okay.
Is that a good list item?
Absolutely it is. We'll score 40 plus
we're talking
points.
21-20. That's all it needs to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no way.
Nebraska and Iowa will play a game where the total combined number of points will be at least 40.
Don't forget about that for 3 weeks from now when we give our predictions.
No way. 2 list items in one day.
Yeah, 2 segments.
2. Anyway, but
I'm happy. I'm happy that they're playing in watchable games.
We should be.
That's why I said I'm happy. What do you mean?
That means when we're talking about them, people will be interested.
I agree. I'm not. Did I have a tone? Maybe I had a tone.
There's kind of a tone.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
It's tone adjacent.
I'm excited. Wow, 38-13 says Bigley. Uh-oh.
Okay.
I mean, I guess that would be 40 plus combined.
Oh
yeah. Are you saying 40-0?
No, I'm not saying 40-0.
41-0.
I'm not saying 40-0.
Okay.
See, this is where we have these conflict. There is no conflict.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that John's been positive John this week for some weird reason.
Positive John. Have I really been that positive?
Now you're saying they're going to score 20 more on Iowa. It's been a while since they did that.
I think both teams will have a dynamic that we haven't seen in a Nebraska-Iowa game in forever.
What about the defenses?
Both teams will have running quarterbacks.
What about the defense, though?
Well, keep in mind, Nebraska's defense struggles against running quarterbacks, and who knows?
It's just been a few years.
Who knows?
Nebraska had a running quarterback in 2021 and in 2020 and 2019
yeah,
and
but
2018.
Both teams have them, Josh. Both.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's too bad they didn't play Brad Banks back in.
It's crazy. We've got this disconnect. Maybe it's just that loud vocal minority. I'm referring to today's poll question. Right now, the total combined votes are It's basically running 65-35 Nebraska. 65-35 Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
So there is positivity out there, but they won't talk. They'll vote, but they won't talk. Kind of like Trump voters.
John.
They vote that way, but most of them do it in the shadows, so they don't have to.
Are you describing
talk
yourself
about
right
it.
now?
I wasn't voting for her.
So you voted for him?
I sure as heck didn't vote for her. Anyway.
What are you doing right now? What is happening with this segment?
What do you mean what is happening with this segment?
It's going into weirdo bonkers land.
What do you mean weirdo bonkers
You're
land?
saying people are too negative and now they're too positive and
No.
you voted for Trump. I don't know what is happening in this segment anymore.
Well, you voted for Kamala.
I know, and I feel great about it. I'm not hiding behind what I did or didn't vote for.
I'm not hiding either.
Okay. I'm just confused.
I'm
as to
not
what-
hiding either.
I'm just confused as to
I
how
would
we.
be more willing to hide if I were you.
Well, I'm not. I'm happy to always say what I did.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you're welcome. What the hell is happening right now?
I'm talking about the dichotomy that we seem to have where we always hear so much negativity, but yet it seems like the folks are positive. I really thought that it would be reversed today, that more people would vote UCLA to win this game because they have a backup quarterback. I get it. Backup quarterback, most popular guy on the team. But this is Nico, and he runs.
Yeah, but people think UCLA sucks, and Nebraska's going to have a home field advantage.
Will that really matter? That's a good question.
Well, will they even have one? Everyone keeps saying that Nebraska's going to have thousands of fans in the building, and I don't even know if that's true. I mean, they'll have thousands.
Even if Nebraska only has 5,000 fans in that building, does UCLA ever have a home field advantage?
No, of course not. They haven't had one since 1998.
There you go.
Yeah.
So if anything, it'll be a bring your own energy game.
I think so.
And
it'll be a lot of tarps.
And I think a bring your own energy game when you starting a backup quarterback for the first time as a freshman, it would be good for Nebraska. Not that having 20,000 people dressed in red won't be good for Nebraska, which I think, by the way, there'll be at least 20,000 Nebraskans.
Probably. There's so many Nebraskans who live there.
There are so many people in Arizona, Las Vegas,
and Los
California who will be there.
For sure.
This game's been on their docket since the beginning of the season. So no question about it. There'll be a lot of red in that stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And usually those fans are really enthusiastic and really supportive. And it'll feel as much as it can in that cavernous stadium as a home field-ish crowd.
Couple back-to-back comments. Lane writes, John, if you ask people on Monday, it'd be 50-50, but a day before game time, they talk themselves into it. And Max, at the same time, probably was writing. For the record, I think the Huskers are going to kick ass in this game, 28-14.
Interesting.
And I think Max was a little sad on Monday, which makes sense.
Yeah,
which makes
but
sense.
I'm also seeing comments about, UCLA's going to win 38-10.
I mean, probably. Then those are the voters. Those are some of the 15%.
Some of them. Well,
and let's find out what's going on in predictions when we get to that in the 5 o'clock hour.
We can do that too.
I know where Nick's going to vote. I don't know what you're picking. I have a guess now. Judging by you, I think you're probably picking Nebraska by like 17. That's my guess. But I don't know what you're picking.
Today is the day I have found out that my coworkers don't know me very well. Ken's Movie Club still to come.
Yep.
Take a quick break here. When we come back, let's take a look at the NFL week that is to come.
Yeah, McMaster earlier said that this week's mid, and I disagree. There's some big games in this week.
We both gave it A's.
Yeah, this is
A minuses.
I thought I did. I thought you gave it a little bit. No, you gave college football. You gave one of them a little bit lesser of a grade.
My college football grade was lower.
That's
than
right.
yours.
Yeah.
But
we
we
like
both
the NFL.
agreed on the NFL.
NFL's nice this weekend.
It's good.
Yeah.
16-20 the zone. the National Football League.
That's the NFL, Josh.
Yes, it is.
I know you don't always know.
Though last night
thank you.
was
Thursday night football is back to being bad.
Well, in this very midweek, according to our colleague Matt McMaster, who I'm going to have to
Thump on the head.
I guess tomorrow night on Big Red Reaction, overreaction, which will start as soon as regulation ends.
2 a.m.
No, it is not. Regulation's not going to go to 2 a.m. unless they have some freak
11:30, 11:45.
I mean, that basketball game before the game might go long.
In all
Well,
seriousness,
they're not gonna move the kickoff back. They're just gonna move the game to Fox Business Channel.
probably start 11:30, 11:45.
That's what I would guess.
Yeah.
Right here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. You choose the first game we talk about. I don't want to be responsible for picking a game and then having McMaster say, "Why are you talking about that one? It's a terrible game."
I will take the arrows then, because I will pick a game that when we were in the bullpen was not one that we mentioned. But Ravens at Vikings.
Josh, the Ravens, have you seen their record? They're horrible.
I know. 2 games below 500.
Such a mid game.
And
I mean, who have the Vikings?
Yeah, have the Vikings beaten any playoff teams? Have they beaten any playoff teams that have beat the Ravens this year? Yeah, they beat the Lions last week.
Yep.
Ravens have only allowed 1 passing touchdown over their last 3 games, which is tied for the fewest in the NFL over that span. Of course, we know about them. Lamar Jackson gets hurt. Their defense, tire fire at the start of the season. Pretty interesting, though, that the defense is improving. Lamar Jackson is back. We talked about this game a little bit with Todd yesterday. The win that they had last Thursday in another mid-Thursday game, they won, and the final score is like, oh, wow, they dominated. It really wasn't like that type of a dominating performance from the Ravens in that game. That said, though, they're going on the road into a spot where the Vikings have been very inconsistent. Now, they also have not had J.J. McCarthy for all but 3 games this year, but he has been an inconsistent player. There's a part of me, John, that thinks bad J.J. this game after getting the good J.J. last game. We all know the famous stat, too, about Lamar Jackson versus NFC foes. Like, every game for Baltimore is a playoff game. And so I love this matchup for them because I love the pieces of Minnesota. I think that they have a good coach. I think that they have really good players. I think that their quarterback has a lot of arm talent, but can he and they put it together? Because he still only started 3 football games this year, including his 3rd one, which just happened on Sunday. So I really like this game. It's not a marquee game on the day. And yet I will definitely, it will not be on my main TV, but I will be watching this closely.
First of all, Kevin Kugler takes offense to that because this is the game he's calling.
Have a great call, Kevin.
Secondly, I mean, if the Ravens are going to do this thing and rally back, they're pretty much in must-win mode the rest of the season, which makes it desperate Lamar, man. Desperate Ravens. Minnesota, who, has been hit or miss, last week was hit. And has J.J. McCarthy found, well, I can't even say a new lease on life because he's barely started his NFL life.
Yeah, sure.
It was just his 3rd start.
But there were a lot of people that, thought that the injury stuff was pretend and that they were keeping him on the bench because they didn't actually believe in him. Like, that was very much a thought,
I think after what we saw, they are like, okay, things are good now.
Yeah, he made some really nice throws against the Lions.
And
really nice
you
throws.
And as much as we talk about, Lamar and how much the offense has been affected by it's the Ravens defense that has been
correct.
They're 26th in the league in EPA per play. They're 26th in the PFF defensive grade. They've been worse than So this is a big game.
That's the reason they got up to that bad start, because it's not like Lamar had been hurt in weeks 1 through 4.
This is a big game.
Yeah. Again, every game is pretty much a playoff game. They have to keep winning for them.
Fine, I'll take the low-hanging fruit.
Okay. Are you going Bucks,
Patriots at Bucks? As I said yesterday,
what year is it?
Patriots have played the easiest schedule. Patty cake, Baker's man. Bake them a cake as fast as you can.
Yes, so.
Roll it.
No. What is happening?
And mark it with the B.
What on earth?
And then serve it on up for the baby and me.
They play two playoff teams.
And they have the easiest remaining schedule left. But this one's not one of them.
No.
This one is not one of them. The Bucs are good. But they've been good, right? They dominate this division.
Sure, they've just been hurt is the problem.
They have been hurt.
Mm-hmm.
The Bucs, they were, in the first 4 weeks of the season, they were 6th in EPA per rush. But then Bucky Irvin went down.
They've had injuries.
And now they fall into 20th with just 5 explosive runs.
Mm-hmm.
Can they... Now, Irvin won't be back for this game. He won't be back for maybe another week or two. But can they get something going in the running game? I think this can be a very intriguing game.
Well, here.
And the Bucs are only favored by a field goal.
When you think of Drake May as a quarterback and as an athlete, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of Drake May and what he's able to do?
I think how excited that the North Carolina football program.
No, I'm asking. This is serious.
Iteration is to see his.
You
success.
guys are insane right now. I'm trying to ask a normal football question. What do you think of him as a player? Like, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Nothing.
Okay.
I really don't.
Mobility. You don't think mobility?
No, not really. I think the Dolphins made him look better than he has been, they've played a bunch of not great teams.
Because the Bucs have given up the 5th most rushing yards per game to the quarterback position. So what I was trying to do was set up and say, can they stop him? Because Drake May has shown the propensity to run the ball well. You know, big guy, fast guy, strong guy. And this is a Bucs defense who has had a lot of trouble with mobile quarterbacks this year. Also, you mentioned the Buccaneers run game themselves. The Patriots have not allowed an opposing running back to reach 50 rushing yards. You ready for this? They are the only team to do so through the first 9 games since 1950. So, we are seeing a historical performance on defense from the Patriots, granted with a crappy schedule. But, could the Bucs find a way on the ground, given that they have had their injury concerns as well? I really like this matchup. Patriots, finally, their schedule's going to get a little tough, in terms of some playoff teams, but it also still is filled with it's filled with a lot of mid because they haven't even played the Jets once. So they're going to get the Jets twice in the back half of the season. They played the Dolphins once, and they're playing a 4th place schedule overall, right? So they got a lot of easy teams to come.
All right. Far be it for me to bring this up, but the Rams are playing at Frisco.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, the odds makers have come to their senses.
Oh, what's the line now?
That's 3.5. It's still too rich for my blood, but at least it's not at least it's not the ridiculous 8.5 that we had for the Thursday night game. And I told people hammer the 49ers on.
Hey, you were right. That's awesome. I'm happy for you.
Can you believe
Shut up.
Can you believe
Shut up. No, who's the one
disrespecting-
that being serious now? Mr. Josh over here being,
I was trying to ask a football
I'm
question.
just being serious.
Can you believe
you
they're
guys are just
surrounded by morons?
the MVP quarterback like this?
Which MVP quarterback? Oh, yeah.
Do what?
MVP conversation.
What did you say?
They're disrespecting your MVP quarterback.
Conversation.
No, they're just disrespecting the 49ers. Keep in mind, Matthew Stafford played very good in the Thursday night game.
He's not the reason they lost that game.
He's not the reason they lost the game.
Inside of the 5-yard
Well, they
line.
had that, and they had the fact that they allowed Frisco to just milk the clock and just chew up yardage on slow, methodical drives in the first half. They didn't really gather it back until the second half. Then they were in comeback mode. Then the Niners get 2 big defensive plays. The Rams special teams screwed them again.
And they will.
Ladies and gentlemen,
are they going to win this time?
I have news. The Rams are going to play the thicker kicker. Harrison Mevis, the former Missouri Tiger who made the 61-yard field goal, who he just signed to the practice squad, has been named the new kicker this week.
Congratulations.
So we got a big kicker. Now, remember, it's not just the kicker. Yes, Cardi, I don't know what got into his head. I think the Eagles got into his head or something. His setups have been just really weird.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been the whole special teams. They just make me nervous. They make me nervous. They just make me nervous.
Well, you shouldn't be nervous, John, because the week
Why?
5 matchup, just kidding, this is going to make you nervous. This was the 8th game, including the playoffs, between these two coaches that was decided by 3 or fewer points.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be close.
McCaffrey, 100 scrimmage yards in 8 of 9 games this season, 2 more than any other player in the NFL. He's been able to stay healthy, right? Like, that was the question with 49ers. Of all the injuries to have, at least he has stayed healthy.
Yeah.
Because without McCaffrey, they would not have the record that they do. I don't want to say that this is for the division because the Seahawks still exist.
Oh, yeah, the Seahawks are
But
right
this
there.
is,
So, yeah, no.
could we say that this is for the second spot in the NFC West? And maybe a better way to say this, could this be for the 5 seed, depending on what happens with the Seahawks? Winner of this game has a leg up on it, the very worst second place in the NFC West.
I would say this.
Or do you still think the injury concerns with the 49ers are going to keep them?
This is
a little
bigger, theoretically, this is a bigger game for San Francisco because another loss makes it a little harder for them, though they still have a pretty easy finishing schedule. This is more, I hasten to say it's more of a must win for the division for the 49ers, but they do have one more loss. I don't think if the Rams lose that the division is lost. It's way too early to say that because the Rams haven't played Seattle yet. So they got 2 shots at them. Obviously a win by the Rams and the talk of them being the best team in the NFL is going to get louder because they beat Frisco on the road. I think from a playoff positioning, divisional positioning perspective, it's bigger for San Francisco.
Yeah. Because it feels like they're going to have less margin of error because of all the injuries.
Correct.
That's fair. That's a very fair point.
Correct. And they're coming off, a couple losses in their last 3 games.
Speaking of injuries, Sunday Night Football, Chargers now down to their 4th and 5th string running backs. They're down to backup left tackles. Their record so far has been really, really nice. It's been a really good performance. And at a certain point, you figure that this is going to start catching up with them. Maybe this is the game. If I'm the Chargers, I'm thankful, of course, that this is inside. It's in the dome. It's not being played in Pittsburgh. But this is another one where I kind of look at both teams and just say, like, you don't want to be the one that catches the L. Just because you know that there's the freight train behind you of Baltimore, in theory, coming along. And by the time that we get to Sunday Night Football, we're going to know what's going on behind them. If they win again, certainly the Steelers are going to be saying, oh, crap, because the Steelers have not played Baltimore yet this year, and the Chargers still have, one game with the Chiefs to come, and that one's going to be in Kansas City. They have another game with the Broncos to come. And so things are we just have reached a point in the season where with these massive log jams, you just don't want to be the team that loses because it's really going to make things difficult. But especially if you're a team like the Chargers or a team like the 49ers that we just talked about because of all the injuries.
Yeah.
Because of all the injuries.
Yeah, there's been a lot of them too.
I'll give you one more game too. It's the first game of the day, and that's Falcons-Colts. And it's I know. I'm sorry, Matt. Maybe you were right on this. Atlanta's defense, 4th fewest yards.
I don't like serious Josh.
What are you talking about?
You're too serious. Why so serious?
I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Atlanta's defense.
I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
4th fewest yards per game allowed.
Packers we could have talked about, but no, Josh decided.
Oh, wait. No. Last week or 2 weeks ago when I brought up a Monday game, you said, no, I wanted to save that for Monday. So I thought that the Friday show, we were eliminating Monday night previews.
Well, that was just for that day.
Okay. No, then screw this. Let's talk about Eagles-Packers. That game is way more important and impactful. It could be for the 1 seed. Falcons defense is good. That's all I was trying to say. You don't think it's going to be for the 1? It could be.
I guess you're right.
It could be.
I guess you're right.
I mean, it very much could be.
I guess you're right. But
Packers literally were the 1 a week ago.
None of these teams feel like a 1 seed to me.
The Eagles don't?
But someone has to.
I feel like
I'm not sold on Philadelphia yet.
Tell me why.
I need to see them. I need to see them actually play good football for 60 minutes.
Okay.
Have they had a good football game over 60 minutes yet this season?
I would say
I need to see them not lose to the Giants.
I was going to say, I
need to see them beat a team that has a winning record where that winning team just didn't hand them the damn game on a silver platter.
I mean, I would say that they pretty much dominated Tampa. Now, they didn't complete a pass in the second half, but they were up by multiple scores.
But even in that game, they farted around in the second half.
I don't think they farted around in the Vikings and the Giants games after the loss to the Giants. I don't think they farted around in that. Look, John, I hope that you're right. I would love to. I mean, you're making, pants tent and such.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling. I'd love for you to. Now, I don't. That means I have to root for the Packers, which I also really don't want
And I,
to
can't-
do.
and I-
Josh,
and I
pass
can't look
the
at the Packers
cheese,
as a
please.
1 seed because they'll probably
They'll
kick
win
some ass in this game.
and then
But
they'll
then they'll play the Saints and it'll be 19-18 in the fourth quarter.
Are you ready for this? So they'll play the Eagles. They'll beat the Eagles. You know who they have next week? It is a team in the neighborhood of the Saints. A team that is in the neighborhood of the Saints.
What divisions are cross division?
Not that neighborhood. The neighborhood of bad.
No, but
record.
I'm just trying to think.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying.
Who
I
is
can
that?
give you a hint.
Oh, they're playing
Panthers?
It is the
Tennessee Titans.
no, but you're pretty close. It is the New York Football Giants on the road. Like, wouldn't that just be so Packers? They beat the Eagles,
Yep.
riding high.
Yep.
Eric Edholm has them as the new 1 seed,
Yep.
and then suddenly they lose.
Yep.
And then suddenly they lose.
Incredible.
Yep, it could happen.
Kent's in the green room.
Let's do it.
We're going to get our Ferrari game on right. And then you'll find out what movie I picked.
And if it's a surprise to you that John picked
these two
Don't put it on the internet.
I can't believe you would. You're so weird. I don't get you.
I bet Kent will say
To
those
which I would
exact
say,
words.
yeah, you don't get me. You don't understand me. I'm an enigma.
Apparently.
I'm an enigma.
If you have to say you're an enigma, are you really an enigma?
Apparently to you two.
Interesting. We'll find out what Kent thinks.
I got to slap you with the obvious.
What on earth?
What's the obvious?
The obvious is I'm an enigma.
Hmm.
And Kent is an enigma. And Kent's probably still coming off the high of watching that game last night.
You know what?
The high is that he doesn't have to watch the Raiders this weekend.
I think John
That's
got hit
true.
with the Friday
Kent needs to
zoomies.
look at it. Kent needs to look at it from the positive. Kent, you don't have to watch the Raiders this weekend.
What a positive. I don't have to watch the Cowboys this weekend. I'm in a great mood.
Last weekend it was great. I didn't have to watch the Dolphins.
16-20.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club. Kent's Movie Club. It's Kent's Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamott. Kent, you look spry and excited. I know that you were very thrilled last night to see your team on national television put on that wonderful performance of American football that I tweeted last night. If the aliens saw this and this was the only example of football and why we love it in our culture, they would probably eradicate us from the face of the earth to put us out of our misery. But,
or at least eradicate Mark Davis.
But the haircut.
Actually, they'll call Mark Davis up because I mean, kind of looks like he belongs in a alien spacecraft.
He might.
Quite the guy, actually.
Mhm.
Oh, well, how's your week been, Kemp?
This retirement type stuff ain't bad.
Wow.
Must be nice.
Wow.
I'm happy for you.
Other than, and my duty as medical taxi comes to an end on Monday, so we can go back to regular time next week. So
That's fantastic. I hope everything's going well.
Everything's gone fine on that, and beyond that, I've been like, I watch a little football, or I'll watch a movie, or I'll do a little work around here, but not too much.
Have you been diving into NBA? I know you love the NBA, but do you get into it this early in the season?
Well, I've been watching the Laker games. I haven't all of them, but I've been watching the Laker games. Yeah, and they good.
I love.
Yeah, they've gotten off to an awesome start.
I love that you have the opportunity to just do something. Like, I think I'll do this, and then you can do it. It must be awesome.
It is awesome.
Because some people can't. They get to the retirement life and they hate it. They have too much time to do things. They're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It probably helps too that, like, I'm guessing that at some point you're going to go on a reading spree where you'll dive into a book or a character, a person that you've never really read about. Like, that's what I always think about with myself. If I ever get the chance to retire, I'm just going to read a whole lot.
Well, I am telling you, the book that I just started to get right after that is The Uncool, which is the memoir of Cameron Crowe, the movie director who started out as your teenage rock writer, and his, the Almost Famous is an autobiographical movie, and he's a really good writer. It's a really good book. So
it's a great movie.
Yes. So,
well, speaking of a movie,
it is a movie.
Well, I didn't want to give my opinion yet, but the movie this week is just a couple of years old, and I had forgotten, honestly, that it came out over Christmas. It'll be 3 years ago, or
2023,
2 years ago this Christmas. It's not a full biography. It's really a snapshot more in time of the man Enzo Ferrari, just simply titled like the car Ferrari.
And this was Nick's pick.
This is Nick's pick.
It was. So, like John said, it's a snapshot of a time period, specifically the year 1957, which was it's when racing was still, way more popular than it is now. And it's centered around his marriage life, and the background is more of the Ferrari racing type of stuff, which was a choice that I thought, because the big race that they're preparing for in this movie is the Miglia, which roughly translates to 1,000 miles. And it is my favorite type of racing. It's just point to point.
Where innocent people just get killed.
Death Race.
Spoilers,
It's
John.
basically like Death Race 3000.
It wasn't. It's not intentionally like Death Race
Oh,
3000.
but it ended up being that way.
I got
But-
cut in half.
Spoiler alert.
Uh-huh.
Back in the 50s, racing was way more dangerous than it was 20 years ago. Racing is way more dangerous than it is now. And the whole thing is Ferrari needs to win this race to get money back because they're starting to struggle financially. Another backdrop in this movie is him trying to play Ford and Fiat against each other. I think he's mostly just playing Fiat to try to get money. It kind of goes with the Ferrari merger with Fiat. But like I said, generally this movie kind of deals with Enzo's personal life and private life and marriage issues and having to deal with his wife is also a partner of Ferrari. And thematically, it feels like this movie doesn't know what it wants to be because there's so many things happening and it's weird. And it's so weird to the point where like the big crash at the end, which I knew happened. I forgot, but like I knew of it. It's very graphic randomly.
I mean, the crash
was graphic, but the rest of the movie, it gives you whiplash just with how like suddenly it's graphic. I don't know. This movie confused me and I didn't really like it overall. I liked parts of it, but I wish they would have focused more on the racing itself or the other stories that were happening with the racing leading up to the race, because there's a lot of genuinely interesting stories that they could have told. And I don't know why they focused on his private life, I guess.
Yeah.
Kent, my thought watching it was that it was boring. I found the stuff with the family boring. I did not enjoy any of that.
Wow.
I mean, Nick, I think kind of hits on some of the points that I was thinking of, but it was strange. And I do wonder, and I'm guessing we should probably mention this. It stars Adam Driver, Penelope Cruz, and Shailene Woodley.
So you got a good cast here.
Mm-hmm.
But
and it's Michael Mann, who's been basically trying to work on this project for about 30 years.
But none of them are Italian, and they are all speaking in Italian.
Yeah.
Varying degrees of Italian
at some point,
At
Woodley
least-
just gives up. There's some parts where she just speaks English.
I mean, at least Penelope Cruz,
she carried the movie.
because she actually did.
Yeah.
At least with her, she has naturally, because of where she's from, you can hear her and maybe believe her a little more than you can Adam Driver, because we've all heard and seen Adam Driver using his normal voice.
Mm-hmm.
So
so I don't know if maybe, Kent, that's why it was hard for me at times to really go all in on like that part of the plot. I was definitely expecting more of a racing type movie, and how Ferrari went from rags to riches, and it ended up being more of a family drama. And it just, I don't know, the story just didn't really grab me very much.
And that is kind of what got me, because this is such a pivotal moment in Ferrari as a company that why wouldn't they try to I know that's not what the intent of the movie was.
Right.
I get that, but it feels like an interesting choice because of the time period, and Ferrari is such a staple in the auto world.
We think of Ferrari as this massively successful, independent, sports car maker, which they are today. But as we know, everyone has an origin story. Not that this is the origin of Ferrari, but the I'm trying to think of how it was described, but Maserati, like for example, Maserati, who's like their chief rival, or at least was their chief rival back in the day, is a sports car company that races.
Mm-hmm.
Enzo Ferrari looked at his company as, I only sell cars so I can race.
Race on Sunday, sell cars on Monday.
They literally had that conversation in the movie.
He would rather just he would have rather just built racing cars and done that and forget about selling cars to the public. He only sells the cars to fund the racing.
And it's such an important philosophy, because this is what kickstarted Ferrari's dynasty in auto or motorsports. This was focusing more on their road cars.
Because it was around this time where they started to do their F1.
They were one of the first teams in F1. They are the oldest team in Formula One right now, and they dominated the entire 60s. And this was the start of it. Was the start of that dominance.
Right. Even though the race that they're doing, the Mille Miglia, is not an F1.
It's not
race.
an F1.
This is a sports car race.
Yes. I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about this.
Kent?
Okay, let's see. Where do I start? You had to know what you were getting into going in. This was not sold ever as a racing movie, right? Because it had the name Ferrari. Yeah, that was the draw. But if you saw the marketing for it, it wasn't marketed as a race movie, like, say, this last Formula One movie was. This was always intended to be this sort of focused look at Ferrari and, of course, his wife and what happened to the company. And here's why they don't do it as a straight biopic or one that tries to be historically accurate. The stuff about selling Ferrari happened a decade later. Fiat bought 90% of Ferrari in like 1968, not 1957. So all that thing, it happened, and it's part of what happened to Ferrari, but it didn't happen at this time. So that completely actually would change it if you were trying to do a semi-accurate, racing. This is what happened on the track kind of story. Then you take that whole part of it out because that didn't occur until another decade later. So that changes the nature of the movie, right? So that's one thing. The second thing, this is a Michael Mann movie. This is the kind of movie, exact kind of movie he makes. Even look at like Heat or some of his more popular fiction type films, but also The Insider. If you remember that picture about the whistleblower that starred Russell Crowe. Really good picture. He did Ali, the biopic on Ali, and he also did the Johnny Depp as John Dillinger, Public Enemies, and they all have this. It looks like they're going to be a action type movie or that kind of movie, and the focus is more on the people, and then the action just kind of is slotted into the picture. So it's a Michael Mann movie as well. So because of all that, I really liked it, and I knew what I was getting into. The other clue should have been, did you see who released it, the releasing company?
No, I forgot.
Neon, which is a small indie company. It wasn't Warner's or Sony or Disney or Fox or the big movies. This was a art movie, right? It was intended as that and not a big popular blockbuster. That said, the racing part, the cars and all of that's as accurate as you're ever going to get.
Yeah,
some of the cars they used were real cars.
They were.
And then they built their own. They did show one of the early Formula One cars, it wouldn't have been that early, but they showed a Formula One car of that era, and that was a real car. That was the real car. It wasn't a made up one. But I assume that these cars that they bought aren't worth what the real road cars that they rented, right? They rented the real ones. The real ones from the 60s when they dominated Le Mans and, all the big road races. One of them sold for $70 million.
Yeah, that tracks. Pun intended.
Sorry, I had a little verklempt there.
So I liked the movie. I thought Penelope Cruz was great.
She really was.
She really is great. And I guess I'm so used to these movies where people start out with some sort of foreign accent, and by the time the movie's over, they're back to speaking English. That doesn't even occur to me.
I wonder, Kent, for me, if it's because, we all do it's Italian.
Yeah.
Like we have fun with it on the show, and so it eventually turning into the actors kind of speaking like we do in, like when like a movie or a character screws up a Boston accent. We watched The Departed recently. Like, I don't care that Jack can't do a Boston accent. It doesn't bother me. But there's something about it, like faking an Italian accent, it just turns into like a caricature of an Italian. You know, I thought Adam Driver otherwise, like if accent aside, carried himself certainly as he is a very important man that other important men look up to, and that you could tell like when he entered a room or when he spoke, like what he said really, really mattered. And so I thought that he did a good job of portraying that. But yeah, sometimes the accent, and certainly with Shailene Woodley, it just lost me a little bit inside of the movie.
I had to turn the subtitles on because the way they were doing the accents at some point, it was almost illegible.
I mean, I guess as someone who does a good in Italian, I could understand everything. Yeah, it could get a little off-putting. I would only say this. The only thing to me that was like, why was, as you said, Kent, it's a Michael Mann movie, so they did a lot of practical stuff. They got the real cars. They shot it in Italy. It looks beautiful. It's shot beautifully. But there are two major accidents that happen in this movie. One at the end, which is like
what it's building.
It's kind of everything's kind of building towards that, where they use CGI, and it looked like it was CGI, and and I think personally, the movie would have had more impact if, and I mean, we're kind of spoiling it, but whatever.
It's history.
It's history. You can look up the Mille Miglia. Car hits reflector, tire blows, car loses control. You get a shot of the crowd and like the look of, oh my God, screen goes black. You didn't need to show the accident with CGI to have it still have impact, because screen goes to black and then it kind of fades back in and you get the wah-hee, wah-hee, the sirens or whatever.
Or even if they went to like the winner circle where.
Right. Or something to indicate, hey, you didn't need, I thought the CGI was kind of overdone in those two instances.
The problem with the CGI too is it was poorly done CGI. There's a way that they could have, and it was an independent film, so that makes sense, budgetary reasons. But like the way
the budget was still like $95 million.
The way the car like went up and it hit the phone pole or whatever, that actually happened. It did happen that way.
Absolutely.
It's just everything looked floaty. It looked very floaty, and
it looked like a computer.
It did.
It looked
like a video game.
Yeah, it did.
And honestly, John, you were talking about that. That brings up another thing I wanted to talk about. I hated the way this movie ended, because it felt like it just kind of, they didn't know how to end it. They just, if they could have ended it like that with the accident or something, I think, or some kind of other way.
Well, but honestly, and this wasn't really gotten into, but when you are back in this day and age of racing, if you owned the car that caused the accident that killed spectators, you were culpable for manslaughter. And there was a big old trial about this, and it was a very high profile trial, and it just seemed like they just kind of moved on with it. Yeah. And I know it wasn't center to the other main part of the story, which was control of the company and, you know, the dynamic between Penelope Cruz and Adam Driver. But I don't know. It just, it felt like the end wasn't handled right.
But it was the only way to handle the end within the strictures they were stuck with. That trial took 5 years he didn't get acquitted until 1963. So it took 5 years for that trial to make its way through. All the stuff at the end where she says, you please don't call this the boy Ferrari until I'm gone, or however Penelope Cruz says that. This in Italy in the 60s, you could not get divorced. There was no divorce.
You couldn't until like 1970, right?
Right. And she died in 68, but she couldn't get a divorce. So there's no way he could have named the kid that. They couldn't get divorced.
Right.
All of a sudden you roll into all that stuff and over the control of the company, she signed stuff away, but she really didn't. And you start looking into the reality of it. It's just too big a mess to try to do based on reality, and then you've really gone off into fiction land. And I think that's why they just chopped it off at the end like that. I agree that it was not a great ending, but I think he in a way walked themselves into a corner by trying to be somewhat accurate, and then you get to the point where, well, we can't really do this. And by the way, just as a little point of fact, if people watch the movie, Piero Ferrari owns 10% of the company at this moment. He's the major individual owner in the company. He's like a vice president or something of the company.
Ultimately, it's my own fault I didn't like this movie because I famously, if I see a trailer or teaser for something I want to watch, I just tune out everything else regarding it until I can watch it, because I like going into movies that I want to see totally blind. So it's my own fault for not knowing what this movie was supposed to be about or set up as. I just saw that it was based off of Enzo Ferrari, and I'm like, okay, this has to be about.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame yourself for this. I mean, a lot of times the trailer doesn't always tell you how good a movie is. You know,
I didn't realize the type of the
I
style
never
of
apologize for the movies I selected. You guys tear apart into little tiny pieces.
I'm not apologizing.
He's apologizing
for
to
the movie.
himself.
I'm apologizing for. I didn't like the movie, but it's because it wasn't for me, I guess.
Laszlo says, I do blame Nick. Well, there you go. Somebody's blaming you.
Good.
Thank
Blame
you for
Nick.
blaming me.
Blame
Give
him.
me the martyr baton.
Blame him.
I wanted this movie to be something else, and I thought this movie would be something else, and I didn't like it because of that, but I just had assigned my own.
And honestly, you know what, Nick? That's a good learning experience, because, you know, sometimes, like, there was a comment earlier, and it was obviously just trying to mess around, but it was, I don't like this movie because I want it to be a different movie. But I've heard that as, like, criticism before, right, Kent? Where it's like, I didn't like this thing because it wasn't the thing that I wanted it to be. But, like, that is not to say that that's a bad criticism, because you understand that. Like, that is, it's just how you go into it. And, like, most of the time I go into the movie kind of knowing what I'm getting, but John's had that experience before where we've gone into a movie and he said, this is not what I was expecting at all, for bad or for even good reasons.
Yeah.
But just because maybe on the description it says comedy or whatever it is, and it's like, this wasn't a funny movie, or it wasn't trying. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I thought it was
that
fun.
is, you're absolutely dead on to something, and it's also something that when you write, at least when I wrote, and will still, I'm sure, about movies, you can't review what you want to be there. In my view is you got to write about what's there. You've got to talk about what's there, not what you wanted the movie to be or what you imagined the movie to be, because it's not your movie, and B, all that imagination has very little to do with your reaction, or it sets up your reaction in a different way. Let's put it that way. If you have all these expectations and a movie or a concert or something like that doesn't meet the expectations, and you think, oh, it's bad, or I didn't like it. Well, you didn't like it because of the expectations, not necessarily because of the performance.
Yes, correct.
Exactly.
Yeah, like the best example that I can think of like that is there was this movie that came out when I was in college, so it's somewhere between 15 and 20 years ago, called Place Beyond the Pines. And I remember the trailer was like an all-time trailer, where I went into that movie thinking like, this could be the greatest movie ever. And the trailer was nothing like the movie. And so I've only watched it once, and I was really disappointed by it the first time because the trailer is entirely different than what I was expecting. I would like to rewatch it someday. Ray Liotta was in it. What's his name from Drive, and Barbie was in it. And I just wish, that I would have gone in either blind or without those expectations, because it certainly altered how I viewed it.
And that's largely why I never read reviews of movies that I'm going to watch, right, that I'm going to write about. And most of the time, all I wanted to ever know going into the movie was how long it was, for one, If it's who was in it, if there was an easy way to find out who was in it, who directed it, and essentially what studio it came from, whether it was going to be a big release, a art house picture somewhere in between.
Sure.
That's it. That's all I wanted to know going into a movie. Then you don't come in with those preset expectations. And that was really easy to do up until about 15 years ago or so, because I was seeing all the movies like before any of the hype even came out about them, before any of the reviews or anything. I was seeing them 2 and 3 weeks before they came out, and sometimes more than that. Well, when you're doing that, there's no hype or no expectation built in. And to me is the biggest challenge for writing about this kind of stuff, or doing what we're doing here even.
That's true.
I really romanticize this era of racing just because it is
a very romantic era. It's never going to go back to it because they're never going to allow people to race on the highways.
Exactly. And now they still do a version of this, but it's more of a parade at road speeds sometimes. But it's just, I romanticize this era of racing and this version of Ferrari right before they blew up so much that I just disappointed myself making my own expectations. That's all it ultimately comes down to.
Okay. I have 2 other things that I want to say. One of them, I'm going to try to keep your license whole. So, the first one is the best criticism of the racing part of it I saw came from a driver of that era that had done some road racing. I mean, he was just a kid, right? He said he wasn't in that race, but he'd done those road races. And he said that how it looked was all accurate, but when they showed him in the car, they looked real stable. And he said it was like being in a mixer the whole time, because those roads were so rough, and they had those cars had that tight suspension. And he said you just got shook for
and narrow tires,
time. So that's
too bad more NASCAR drivers didn't think the same way about Days of Thunder. Anyhow, sorry, quick aside.
The other one is this film was based on the biography of Ferrari by the famous car writer Brock Yates, who wrote for Car and Driver most famously. And he is the guy who wrote about Cannonball Run.
Yes.
Which they turned into that movie, right?
Yep.
And so he's out there, and he's a younger guy at the time. And, they invite him out, and they're making a movie from his article, and he's thinking it's pretty big stuff, and gets out there and he sees what it is, right? And it ain't what he wrote about. It's this Burt Reynolds movie. And he goes into the director, who is a guy named Hal Needham, to complain about it. And he goes on and on and on. And Needham looks at him and says, you're right about all that. And you know what? F art. Let's go wreck some cars.
And that was Hal Needham, who was the former stuntman turned director.
Incredible.
But he still made Smokey and the Bandit.
I do love
and he'll always be a hero in my heart for that. All right, that is Ferrari. It's on Hulu. Kent, there's a game in the Rose Bowl.
No, you got to pick next week's movie
what's
first.
next week's movie, John?
Oh, yeah.
It's your pick.
So, Kent, this actually came up off the air yesterday. And as we were leaving the studio, someone said, man, we ought to pick this one for movie club. We ought to pick this one for movie. And I said, after I found out what it was about, I said, to hell with it. Let's do it. So I am making up for not picking a spooky movie during spooky month.
Why are you so triggered?
Yeah, we'll go back to it with the movie Teef, which is on Amazon Prime.
Now, nobody can see Kent right now, but he just put his head in his hands.
Oh, my.
I mean, Kent, it's got like 71 on Rotten Tomatoes.
81, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in the 80s.
Oh, whatever.
Well, I'm in the other 20%.
Oh boy. Oh man.
Classic John picking a movie nobody likes.
Well, you'll find out more about Teeth next week, and we'll just leave it at that.
Kent, are you surprised?
Yes,
that
Levi,
John...
I know what it's about,
Kent,
which is why I picked it.
Are you surprised, Kent, that John would have picked this movie?
Yes, I am indeed.
Yeah, he's going to tell you now that you don't know him very well.
You guys act like you think you know
Very
what I
strange.
like.
You guys don't know me very
This is
well,
so
do
weird.
you? No, it's not weird. This is right up my alley. This is like,
Is it?
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
1980s B movie stupidity is what this sounds like. And I don't know if that's what it is, but it sure as hell sounds like it.
I guess we'll find out.
This is going to be interesting to talk about.
Yes, it will. It will. Now we can get a prediction.
Perfect.
What do you think, Kent? Does Nebraska lose their losing streak in the Rose Bowl? Their 2-game losing streak there?
Goes back a ways.
Yeah, it goes back. It does go back 32.
Does anybody have any guess what might happen in this game with any?
I mean, we have to because we're legally obligated to, but
No.
like actually knowing, no, definitely not.
That's what I'm saying. With any confidence, what would happen? I guess I think I still don't think UCLA is very good. Okay, I know what Nebraska sort of is, except it doesn't have a quarterback. So let's say 21-17 Nebraska.
Okay.
And that's just a wild
21-17 Nebraska. I wonder what Evil Kent will have to say about this. Evil Kent, I hope you understand. Backup quarterback.
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
Evil Kent is a Teefy.
Yeah. Oh, congratulations.
Teefy Kent.
He likes the Teefies.
I mean, look at all the teeth on that demon behind him.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
No, that's his roommate. His
the
roommate in the other world.
that may he just may be predicting the total yards for both teams.
Oh my
yeah, I
God,
think
that
this
would
is going to be a more of a lower scoring game than anything else.
Oh, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. One of these days, Evil Kent is going to hit it on the nose, and that's when the portal to the netherworld opens up.
Exactly. Then it ends.
And when the Raiders become good.
Indeed.
That will happen when Mark Davis loses control of the team. So,
and there's only one way that's going to happen. Kent Walgamot, Josh Peterson, handshake meme.
Wow.
We are looking forward to some news. That's all that we'll say.
God, you're an awful person.
And Kent is too.
No, he just said when he's no longer in control of the team. He didn't say anything else.
There's only one way that's going to happen.
He could sell.
Smiles and glory holes.
No, I think the same bit. I assume that you're talking about Jarrett.
Oh, Kent. Yeah.
Hey man, Jared's living forever.
No,
Don't you be telling me any other thing.
He's an immortal, Josh.
He is the immortal Jared Jones.
Sounds like a movie that I would never want to watch.
Oh, so you haven't watched the Netflix doc yet. Can't have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you next week. And I look forward to what you think of Teeth. I look forward to what I think of Teeth.
Yes, well, this will be fun.
Yes, it will. Just describing it alone will be interesting.
Yeah.
And I get to be the one to do it.
And you're a professional, so there you go.
No, I'm not.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Bye, Kent.
Can't
Bye,
have
Kent.
a great one. All right, past time for a break. We'll come back. Time for our keys. Time for the betting trends, including why you should never bet UCLA football in the year 2025.
Okay.
1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
We probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink? Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Hey there. It's Wonder Friday, brought to you by Cross Strain.
Look at that! I did it after the music.
I did. Good job.
Nobody grabbed them.
I had to go to the bathroom during the break.
You had time.
I was. What was
you were explaining teeth.
Yeah,
I was explaining to these yahoos. I mean, I had to spell it out for these people.
We know what it's about.
Yeah, I know.
See,
but
look, Corey, I was not expecting this for John's pick.
Again,
we're not the only ones.
Yeah, because none of you understand me. I've been on the air for 13 years on this station. You still don't get me. That's all right.
Now that might be
but
true.
I'm looking forward to this.
Are you watching it tonight? You're probably sleepy.
You're gonna watch it with your wife?
Yeah,
a little tired.
Now let me tell you something. She would not like this.
Yeah, I will not be watching it.
I guarantee it.
I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to watch it.
Probably
sometime next week.
You know what? I'll probably watch it during the third quarter because that's the quarter you can.
No, I thought you were taking a nap during the third quarter.
Oh, that's right. I'm taking a nap during the third quarter.
Yeah.
I'm dipping back into the koala tears.
Nick, I almost had that one.
Do we have any 12-ounce cans over there?
No. I almost
see that thing. I don't want to waste this. I can't do a full.
That's fine. You still got tired Fridays. It'll be over soon. It will be over soon.
Oh, John's Friday Zoomies are running out. He's getting sleepy.
I've been tired all week.
Yeah.
I've been tired all week.
Well, it's a good thing that we have reached this part of the show. Reminder of all the stuff that we have coming up over the course of the next few days. We have Bigger Overreaction with you and Matt tomorrow night after the game on the Zone and 101.9 The K.
Something like that.
We have Severe Reaction coming up Sunday morning at 8.
Something like
5 hours after Bigger Overreaction finishes
Shut
up.
up.
We also, this is a few weeks away, but you can still win 2 tickets to the Ultimate Blur tailgate party for the Nebraska-Iowa game at 1620thezone.com. We have all of that and more. Also, did you know we again gave out $100 to Grady and to Jeff? They're this week's winner to the Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino. You can enter now at 1620thezone.com. We're giving away cash. We're giving away passes. We're giving away facts and opinions about the game this weekend.
This is the 15th meeting, and this series is tied 7-7. The Bruins lead in games played in Los Angeles 4-2, including the last win in the Rose Bowl, 36-30 in 2012.
Oh, that was a tough one.
This is the second meeting as conference foes. Of course, we remember what happened last year.
It was a bummer.
Points have come up plenty in this series. The winning team has scored 36 or more in 9 of the last 11 meetings.
Oh, chance.
So the winner usually scores and scores a lot. In the all-time series, the winning team has scored 40 or more in half of the meetings, 5 of those going the way of Nebraska.
Oh, wow.
Huskers are 29th in the power rankings, 79% chance of winning. The Stats-O-War computer, Parker Fleming, says 30-20 Nebraska.
This is one of the rare games where the point spread and the computers are so far off. And, of course, that is because the computers do not know about the injury. Well, they do. You just can't input it.
Yep. The Huskers are, as of right now, 1.5-point underdogs, total 44.5. Nebraska 3-5-1 against the spread with a differential of plus 2.5 points. They are 1-5-1 against the number versus the Power Four. The one cover was last week. The Bruins are only 3-5 against the spread with a spread differential of minus 33.5.
And now
Since 2012, Bruins are 3-1 versus Nebraska. The winner has covered every spread. I say that spread differential, Josh, because I'm going to show you this.
I was going to say, yeah, early on and then the Indiana game, it was bad. But look at what they did once they made the decision. At head coach. It's crazy.
This is the reason why thou should never bet the Bruins, either today or any other day. And you look at the right-hand column, that's spread differential. To put this into perspective, Nebraska has had 2 games this year where the spread differential was in double digits. The spread differential, the difference between what the closing line was and the actual result. Nebraska slaughtered the spread differential against Akron, but got slaughtered by it against Minnesota. Every other game, the spread has been within 1 score of the actual result, meaning that the books have been pretty close on Nebraska. But look at the Bruins spread differential. Minus 26.5, minus 9.5, minus 40.5. Oh, look, Northwestern plus 4.5. Penn State plus 29.5. Michigan State plus 32.5. Maryland minus 1. Indiana minus 22.5. In other words, this team either has covered by a ton or has been covered by a ton.
There's like no in between.
This is as volatile as you see in terms of spread differential. Stay away, buyer beware, betting Bruin bonkers.
Yeah, because especially the last 2 games now have shown, okay, in the post Deshaun Foster world, they will not just be this covering machine. It's they are all over the place right now. All over the place.
Nebraska's in a familiar spot as a road underdog in the month of November, where they are just 6-22 this century straight up. And their only win in the last 11 years was the 2022 victory at Iowa, again as a road underdog in the month of November. But against the spread, the last 10 games, they have been a respectable 5-3-2. The covers recently at Iowa in 22, Wisconsin in 21, and Iowa in 20. Though, with this game as a skinny dog, it's hard not to cover and lose, though wouldn't it be just like Nebraska if they lost by a point?
Yeah, it would.
The Bruins are 6-4 straight up. They are 4-6 against the spread in games as a November home favorite since 2017. They have failed to cover in their last 4 in this spot, losing outright to Cal and Arizona State in 23 and to Arizona in 22. The under has hit in each of the last 5 games when the Bruins have been a November home favorite. The over has only gone over twice in the last 10.
And I think that total of 44.5 looks like one where you could see an under.
I've been wondering about this. Games with similar lines, games with similar line movement, because this line's been bounced a lot earlier this week. In games like this, where the home team is favored by this margin, the home team like UCLA has won 65 times. The team like Nebraska has won the game 69 times.
Nice.
That's in the last 5 seasons.
That's pretty interesting. So the underdog actually wins more often.
But
uh-oh.
Since the 2022 season, there have been 220 games where the closing line favored the initial favorite by 2 points less than the opening line. And in these games, the team like UCLA has actually covered 55% of the time.
Wow.
So again, I wouldn't bet this game if I were you. It's just that's my amateur gambling advice. Today, my keys, which I have decided is in tribute of one of the great rock duos of all time.
Lennon and McCartney?
Hell no.
Oh.
Daryl
Tommy?
Hall and John Oates. Hall and Oates.
Nice.
First key, Possession Obsession, which was a hit of theirs in 1985. Nebraska has fumbled just 10 times all season, losing only 3. But 4 of those happened last week, and 3 were by TJ Lateef. Nebraska will not win this game with a negative turnover margin. UCLA only has 1 win this year with a negative turnover margin. That happened against Maryland when they were -1. Whoever wins that category likely wins the game, but they have to be obsessive with the ball. Yes, by nature, running quarterbacks are more fumble prone, but the run has to be selective and not obsessive. I'm not saying they should go away from the zone read or anything like that, but honestly, I would prefer TJ more of his running attempts be scrambles than designed runs. And TJ's got to hold on to that ball and avoid contact. Get down, get out of bounds. I'll take a sacrifice of a few extra yards for A, his health, and B, ball security.
Mm-hmm.
Second key, out of touch, out of time, you're out of touch, I'm out of time. Emmett Johnson could be playing his final 4 or 3 games at Nebraska. As we talked about earlier in the Grum, his draft stock and or NIL value will never be higher. He's got a lot of carries on his he doesn't have a lot of carries on his odometer.
Yeah.
So use them up, Dana. He had 29 last week, and he still looked fresh. I know he tripped over himself at the end, but I don't think that was because he was tired. Here is a stat today that I stumbled upon. Did you know that this season, Emmett Johnson has only lost 14 yards from scrimmage?
It's been pretty incredible.
So I decided to do a little look back at some of the great running back seasons in Nebraska football history. In 1983, Heisman Trophy winner Mike Rozier only lost 13 yards en route to 2,148 yards of net rushing. Ken Clark rushed for 1,500 yards, lost 38. Lawrence Phillips, the great Lawrence Phillips, who had his best individual season in 1994 when he ran for 1,700 yards, lost 63.
Mm-hmm.
Amon Green, when he set the number 2 all-time mark at 1877, lost 48. Amir Abdullah in 2013, when he rushed for 1,700 yards, lost 32. So far in 9 games, Emmett Johnson has only lost 14 yards.
It's been one of his constants is that he has always fallen forward.
He has always fallen forward, and in the last couple of games, he's avoided losses by his own individual effort. Third key, as I switch back, it should read Big Band Boom, which is that album art that is on this graphic. That was the name of the album, Big Band Boom. A conservative game plan for TJ does not mean a game without passing or deep passing. People forget Nebraska used to take deep shots back in the day after they had been bludgeoning the opponent with the run all day long. I think UCLA is going to show some bare front. They're going to have some 5-man fronts. They're going to load the box. Single coverage could be had on the outside. The Bruins have been good at limiting the big pass play. They've only allowed 8 this year over 30 yards. But has anyone really challenged them? I think you need some deep shots to keep them honest. Take advantage of TJ's arm talent. Take advantage of your outside receivers. Let Key and Hunter make a play downfield. If Rule is right and guys around TJ have to step up their game, these guys won't let you down like maybe they did in the Minnesota game. Throw it deep. Maybe you draw a flag. Force coverage. Go long. I would like at least a couple of deep shots each half.
Okay.
Go big, go long. And the final key, private eyes. They're watching you. They see your every move. What
about Private Teeth?
Gonna need a spy for Nico. Nebraska could likely be singled up in man, thus the DBs won't have their eyes in the backfield versus Nico Iamaleava. He will run and he should run versus Nebraska. I think the real problem could be on obvious passing downs where he could take advantage of Nebraska's secondary being out in coverage. So who draws that assignment? Could it be Javen? Could it be Watson Trent? Could it be Singleton? Probably Singleton, maybe. Whoever it is, bring the wood because Nico can be slippery. He's a good tackle breaker. He's big. He's physical. And if he escaped the spy, watch out. Then it's Penn State 2.0. And there's my keys.
To my keys, John, the first of 4. 2 bads make a good. You know, they always say 2 lefts don't make a right, but 2 bads can make a good. We spent a lot of time yesterday laying out the pass rush situation for both sides in this matchup, and it is not good. Nebraska 85th in pressure rate. UCLA ranks 105th in pressure rate allowed. Meanwhile, Nebraska, when they're on defense, 128th in sack EPA on defense, which is the exact same number that the Bruins are when they are on offense. Both sides stink at protecting the quarterback. They stink at getting to the quarterback. So thus, who blinks? Who can turn the bad into the good in this game? Famously, Nebraska has allowed just 2 sacks in their last 2 games. Infamously, they have lost players for the season because of those sacks. A lineman and then their quarterback. Can they continue playing at that level, but without the injuries? And now, of course, with the mobile quarterback, can he maybe scoot around a little bit? Speaking of mobile quarterbacks, key number 2, crazy legs. This is honestly, John, one of the tropes that I weirdly despise with some in the media, where any quarterback that can run, they call them crazy legs. Crazy legs Imaliava. Crazy legs Teef.
Elroy Hirsch wasn't a quarterback.
So I don't mind it when it's an old school nickname. But when they just do it for any quarterback that's mobile, for whatever reason, it bothers me. Either way, crazy legs Nico is what he was against the Nittany Lions. 16 carries, 128 yards, 3 tutties, and a long of 52. We have seen Nebraska allow for, dare I say, crazy legs against some of their opponents this year. Brendan Sorsby, 96 yards and a couple touchdowns in the opener. Bryce Underwood had 61 and a long touchdown in the game at the end of September. Mayava last week, 62 yards and a touchdown of his own. That said, it does not have to be dire. Childs has some mobility. He only had 23. Washington, he has some mobility. He only had 9. Drake Lindsay, he actually had -1 rushing yard. And then Preston Stone a couple of weeks ago, he had 5. Don't allow for the trope. If I see a columnist saying crazy legs on Sunday, if Steve Sipple writes crazy legs Iamaliava or crazy legs Nico, I'm going to be triggered.
Don't put it on the internet that Josh is triggered.
I'll be triggered for 2 reasons. Key number 3, Kiss. Not talking about the band. I'm talking about that episode of The Office, which I know this is actually an adage, but what did Michael Scott say? Keep it simple, stupid. You have a true freshman making his first career start on the road. You also have Emmett Johnson, who is playing, as we have talked about multiple times today and this week, the best football that a Nebraska running back has played since Amir Abdullah. I'm not going to give you any more information. That's what you got to do. Run the damn ball with Emmett Johnson. 30-plus carries, I think, needs to be on the menu tomorrow. And finally, poison the noise. John, you've spent a lot of time this week saying that exact phrase. This program has not responded well to the noise, thus their poise has been bad. Tomorrow, I don't really know what kind of noise there will be in the building, but it still is a part of this kind of 3-week, 4-week-long stretch of Husker football where James Franklin is fired ahead of the Minnesota game. They lose that. They respond with a win. They still don't look very good. Last week, contract stuff comes down, and they lose again. Can this team answer to the noise of an injured quarterback who's gone for the season? Can they answer that with some poise in the Rose Bowl? Road game, new quarterback, coach that probably uses timeouts a bit too loosely at times. What are we going to see tomorrow night? Whatever we see, it needs to be better than what it has been lately.
Predictions coming up. In fact, right now.
Right now.
Right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
All right, last week I bounced back with a nice winning week. And now we've spread ourselves way out. I have as big a lead on Josh as Josh has on Nick, and Nick's just had a terrible.
But he has 69 wins.
Nice.
Yeah.
First one up. Will the YouTube TV ESPN spat be over by noon Monday?
No.
No.
I'm going to go for the point, and I'll say yes. Eagles-Packers on Monday. Got to get it done.
They didn't get it done for the Cowboys.
Yeah, Cowboys suck, though.
But there's a lot of bandwagon fans.
We do like watching the Cowboys.
So explain this one to me, just so I know it. It's smallest set win versus Minnesota by Nebraska volleyball. Are you talking about the
Like
margin?
25 to 17.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you set the line at a very aggressive -8.5. So in other words, will their closest set
be 25-17?
Yeah.
Or well, last night they beat this number in every set. They won every set by 10 or more.
Did they play last night?
Illinois.
They
kicked their asses.
That's asking a lot. Give me Minnesota.
Nebraska.
I'm going to take Minnesota here.
You took Minnesota next. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys are both on the same side.
Creighton playing twice this weekend. St. John's, Georgetown. Over under on the number of sets, 6.5.
Under.
Yeah, I'm going to go a clean sweep. They've been whooping butt.
They have, but then Marquette took them 5 on Friday. I say they'll drop 1.
Wow, such a hater.
John's a hater. John doesn't like Creighton.
Put it on the internet.
College basketball.
Put it on the internet.
Kansas plus 2.5 at North Carolina. What a game to watch tonight. Which you won't be able to. Is
it on ESPN?
It's got to be, right? It's a North Carolina home game. I'm thinking it's on ESPN.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. This is a Friday game? Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good game.
Yeah.
I saw that on the bottom line last night. I was like, what in the world are we talking about?
Well, pick a winner.
Well, I like my Tar Heels. Give me the Tar Heels.
Kansas.
Carry on, my wayward son.
Nice.
Ryan Kalkbrenner tonight versus the Heat. Over under on blocks, 1.5. Over.
Same. Oh, this is an interesting game.
Is it?
Yeah, because we can pick against a certain somebody, which makes it interesting. They're 3-4 now, right? No, they're more than that.
I have no idea, but Houston's -1.5 at Central Florida.
4-4. Houston.
Give
me the Cougs.
Houston.
Nice.
Big battle in the Big 12. Texas Tech needs to win out. BYU is undefeated. But BYU is getting 10.5 at Texas Tech.
John?
Tech.
Yeah. Last week, the one good thing that I did was call the Utah domination over Cincinnati. I'm going to call for another one. Tech rolls.
I'll take BYU.
Nice.
You do have the hook.
Point for us.
Oregon, 6.5-point favorites at rainy, cold Iowa.
For a long time, I've said if you pick against Iowa, you also pick against sick kids.
So are you picking against sick kids?
No.
Okay.
Go Hawks.
I am on the Iowa bandwagon this weekend. I think they're going to win. I don't know if I'm an idiot.
Oh my God, are we about to trigger Jack Mitchell a clean sweep for the Hawkeyes?
I think they're going to win the game. I want to be
think
wrong.
they can win it too. And if you're giving me 6.5,
it's a lot of points, man. They love this spot. They do so well against top 10 teams.
Oh my, Jack was very triggered today about everyone's acting like Iowa's this shutting completely.
They do it though.
Just wait.
I actually had a question written down for him in our next segment about it. So
Gronowski running yards.
Dude, I went on Underdog.
26.5.
I went on Underdog, promo code 1620 the zone, by the way. And I went higher on this. I put something together and I included Gronowski higher. So yeah, give me the higher.
I'll go lower.
Well, I mean, if he gets sacked a couple of times.
That's true. So what are you doing? Higher. Yeah. Over.
Largest margin of victory. Is it Ohio State, Purdue, Miami, Syracuse, or Notre Dame, Navy?
Notre Dame.
Man, Nick, that's a good pick. I'm going to go Miami. I like the gumption, though, because Notre Dame does really roll the service academies. They hate America, I think. They do. They kick their asses. They destroyed Army last year. Remember that game, that Saturday night game? They rolled them.
Irish.
Okay.
NFL, Patriots plus 2.5 at the Buccaneers. Give me Rams legend Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yeah, Tampa a little healthy, coming off a bye. I'll go Tampa Bay.
I'm also going to take Tampa Bay.
Okay.
The Los Angeles Rams, 4.5-point favorite.
Whoa. On the road in
At
that
the,
atmosphere?
At the Frisco Niners.
That's a tough home field.
The irony is that Rams fans will take over the, what do they call that stadium? Wrangler Stadium?
Levi, John.
Off-brand jeans stadium.
Levi, John. I'm going Niners.
I'll go Rams.
The thicker kicker walks it off with a game winner.
But so the 49ers cover?
Yes.
Look at you, right down the middle.
Eagles plus 2.5 at the Packers.
Packers.
I agree.
I'm taking Philly. 2.5 points for the defending champs who want to torture me in my life for the rest of time. Philadelphia.
Josh, you forget the Eagles are good.
No,
Thus, the Packers will win.
Yeah, I guess that's
and
true.
Actually play like a competent team.
I hope so.
TJ Lateef passing yards. Is this another underdog, Josh? Or did you set this one?
This is a real line.
Whoa.
180.5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do a slight under.
I'm going to do a big ass under. That's a lot of passing yards.
Yeah, I'm going to go under.
That's a lot of passing yards.
Emmett Johnson rushing yards, 105.5.
Over!
Good Lord.
Way over.
That's the line. Over!
Something's wrong here, man.
That's weird.
Yeah, give me the overs.
Nico rushing yards.
Over.
Folks, we're having a sale.
See, this is rough when even I'm like, yeah, over.
All right, finally, maybe, possibly, we'll get some kind of disagreement here. This is first touchdown score of the game. Doesn't matter which side.
Mm-hmm.
The first touchdown score of the game.
Nico.
Dang it.
Ah, really? That was my big two.
You know
Screw
what?
it. I'll go Emmett.
I picked this one this morning, too. I'm proud of myself.
All right.
Charles says Teefy.
Yeah, I'm going Nico.
Okay.
I was going to change if one of you two weren't, because we can't have all these ties.
No, we cannot.
No.
Finally to the game. Nebraska's plus 1.5. The total, is it still 44?
44.5. Let's just go off for that.
All right. 44.
Nick, I am going to go 35-24 Nebraska.
No way. Really?
I think it'll be a little high scoring.
What?
A little bit.
I'm going 27-21 UCLA, which is almost the same score as it was a year ago. I think that Nebraska will struggle with the UCLA running game, in particular the quarterback running game, and that will cost the Huskers.
I'm sorry. Aren't I the one that picked 6-6 for an overall record this season?
Changing your score that's on the graphic?
No.
We got like 40 seconds.
No. I'm changing the score that I had on Jack's show only because it's almost identical to Josh's score.
Okay.
I have 27-20 on the Friday Husker
That
tailgate.
was last year's score.
I'm going to go 26-24 UCLA.
Okay.
So it's basically the same. It's a UCLA cover and an over, slight over.
Okay.
I just think Nebraska can actually stop a running game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
With that said, we just quoted some of the things that you can do right now on Underdog. John and Josh here for Underdog Fantasy. Football season's in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use promo code 1620TheZone. Score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
A reminder, Emmett Johnson, 105.5, higher or lower rushing yards. Nico Iamaleava, 35.5. You can do that right now on the Underdog Fantasy app. Use our promo code 1620TheZone and score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Underdog, make picks, win money with promo code 1620TheZone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
and learn how together we can become the thanks in someone else's Thanksgiving.
Stop into Zollner Ford Beatrice and update your current pickup today. How about a 25 F-150 Super Cab 4x4 starting Ford Beatrice?
We're actually early today. Let's rock out to some Super Friends, shall we?
And air conditioning, heating, electrical, and plumbing.
Mostly clear and comfortable conditions expected through your Friday evening in Lincoln.
They're still in the weather forecast.
Eventually increase late this evening into the overnight hours. The skies becoming mostly cloudy and rain chances increasing as we head into the overnight hours.
Well,
temperature-wise, we'll see readings cool back to the lower to middle 40s by 10 o'clock tonight, with overnight lows dropping down into the lower 40s. From the 10-11 Severe Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Bill Rentschler.
Said, hey, why don't we all just decide to go fight crime in the
5:35,
ocean?
and
Because that's really
here we
goes around
go
the
with our
spectrum.
friends.
Superman and Wonder Woman
I've got
just looking at each
there we
other
go.
going, you're an idiot. Why do we even have you in our club? Jack, of course, is the
Who is he? Is he
he's the
Aquaman?
Aquaman in this scenario
Jack is Aquaman.
because he's the awkward dude.
Did you take me away from Wonder Woman?
Oh yeah, you didn't notice? Yeah, you haven't been Wonder Woman for several weeks.
Oh,
you're Batman.
Sorry. Okay.
No one is Wonder Woman.
Oh,
but there's
Wonder Woman on week one.
Yeah, you haven't paid attention. There's PJ Fleck as Robin. Josh, of course, is Aquaman. I am
What the
Superman.
hell?
And Brian Kelly is I forget the dog's name.
Hold on, Josh. You've been watching too much of that Tim Robinson show. You just said that like Tim Robinson there.
What the hell?
The chair company.
But the reason
the first time you said it way more like him. You got to listen to that. That was funny. Sorry.
The reason why this could be a confrontational edition of the Super Friends Roundtable
I'm worried about this.
We just did predictions.
I know where we're going.
Guess who clean sweeped the Iowa Oregon?
I wonder who the mainstream woke MSM sports media like in this game. If I haven't heard it enough all week from every voice in media who got their talking points from the woke Iowa overlords. Unbelievable. Fine.
Jack,
fine. Just do it. And I will laugh at you all. I will laugh at you all on Saturday, all of you in Kirk Herb Street, and they're going to go on game day tomorrow, and they'll go down the row, and the celebrity picker, whoever it is, they're all going to pick Iowa, and they're all, and you know what? Here's the thing that's really annoying about it, if I may. The thing
and
that's
another
really
thing
is every single person who does it kind of warms it up like this, like, you know, a lot of people are going to find this surprising. This might surprise you a little, but I actually like Iowa. Yeah, you all do. It's not surprising anymore when you all do, you nincompoops. Come
That's
on.
fair. I mean, we all are picking Iowa, so maybe Jack is onto something. It's not by the time you get to Friday and everyone's like, you know who I like to win on the Monday line.
In our predictions, it's all about the cover.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, though I do like Iowa to win.
So, I mean, Oregon could win by a field goal, and we all still get the point.
Yeah, Jack, I did have this question written down in the morning before I even knew about this this bothering you. I wrote, are you pre-triggered about an Iowa upset? But no, you're just triggered about the people picking the Iowa upset.
Yes.
I mean, the answer is still yes to that question. But I didn't realize that the MSM was going to try and will it to. That was definitely concerning to me as well. Oh boy, we're getting some internet issues. Let me close some tabs here. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah,
Jack
opens up so many tabs on his computer. You got to see
probably
it.
heard it. You know, oh, they're throttling my internet just now. What am I talking about? That's fascinating. I wonder why that's never
for Jack's internet.
Oh, would you stop?
Iowa mob continues to try and shut my voice about them losing, but they won't do it. I'll stand on O Street and yell it. I don't care.
Now, listen. I have never argued with Jack about the need to put more hatred into this rivalry.
Yeah.
To to really spice up the Nebraska-Iowa rivalry. But the fact that we're treating Iowa on November 7th the way we used to treat Oklahoma back when the two teams are on a collision course playing for a title. Nebraska and Iowa aren't going to be playing for any titles this year.
Nebraska could be playing to spoil their season, though.
Jack is looking past UCLA and Penn State and the all-important Idle Week so he can start his pre-triggerment of the Iowa Hawkeyes. This is very concerning, Jack, that you're looking ahead.
Look at you trying to move away from the actual point of the discussion once again. Very nice. Is this what they told you at Woke Iowa MSM school, what to do?
No, wait, Jack, I think we actually have a few more bullet points we need to get to in the email. Really tough atmosphere. They usually win big games. Sorry, yeah, those are the bullet points.
Listen, it's got nothing to do with the Nebraska. Nebraska has nothing to do with this. This could be my thought on a Nebraska-free world, right? It's because I have
unlikely.
No, it's because I have eyes and I've watched football this year. That's why I have this.
You wouldn't have been this. This is about Iowa for you and how much you hate them. And so it does have a Nebraska tinge to it.
If it's about anyone's feeling on Iowa, it's about the mob deciding they're great. I'm just having the normal.
No one's saying they're great. This is just a spot that they usually do well in.
I agree with you.
People forget they have come the closest to beating Indiana this year.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is the hardest I've cheered for a non-Nebraska team since 1993 Boston College.
Wow. What a reference, first of all. Second of all, that was 32 years ago.
I fear what Twitter's going to be like tomorrow at about 6 o'clock. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Nebraska doesn't start for another 2 damn hours after Iowa Oregon is done. So if Jack gets what he thinks will happens, and Oregon wins comfortably, then
that'll be a good time.
Then it's going to be 2 hours.
Jack might do a bonus podcast.
It's going to be 2 hours of Jack just spewing his tweets everywhere at everybody. He's going to get blocked by Herb Street. He's going to annoy you and me.
No, for the record, I'd love to be wrong on this. I don't want to be right. I hate to be right about this news. You think I want Iowa to do well? They're just going to quote tweet my column from September and call me a moron.
That's true.
I don't want that at all.
Yeah, but don't you want the
yeah, click.
Jack. Okay, here's another thing that'll trigger Jack.
Uh-oh.
Back in the day, my dad always used to tell me, son, we need to root for Oklahoma before the game because it'll help make Nebraska look better when we beat them.
Whenever you will both know I do. I hate it so much. No, it does. For what? Look,
we are all the
what? To what? The playoff committee? Who is this for? Who are we doing this for?
Hey, to be fair to John's dad's opinion in the 80s, I mean, Jack, if Iowa wins and they're 9-2 and they're thinking they're going to go to the playoff and then Nebraska beat them, like that would be pretty funny. Like that'd be pretty good. You'd laugh.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's the only thing. I would like to spoil a playoff bid for. Yeah, that's true for Iowa.
Go Hawkeyes, says Jack Mick.
Listen, it's not about me cheering. It's just about me knowing what's going to happen. So maybe I will cheer for Iowa. I don't know. But you know what? Change my mind. Call me a 13-year-old boy in 2013. I love Oregon.
Give him a hoodie.
Can I go for the holy trinity of things that trigger Jack?
Does it involve the Nebraska game finally?
Hey, Nick. Yeah. Nick Grimm, our producer here.
Hello.
Tell me what you think about Taco Bell's value menu and their extra value meals.
I think they're delicious.
What do you think of the combinations that they have?
I think that there's plenty of combinations in Taco Bell, and it's actually more complex than people give it credit for.
Jack, your thoughts.
Because, the amount of ingredients changes the flavor and the entire dynamic of the entire dish, A little more cheese is going to make something taste different. Even
to be fair, Nick's not even hitting on the specific thing that annoys Jack.
No, I don't know what the specific
Nick
thing
didn't
is.
get the bit, but
no. Nick's doing exactly what I thought he would do.
I love Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Listen, all I'm saying is you have so many menu items, okay? You have so many menu items. And if you have every value meal pairs 3 of them together, there are literally tens of thousands of permutations of those foods that you can make. Yet you have chosen arbitrarily to pick 14 to 16 out and say these, you know what? What if someone happens to want a tostada, a bean burrito, and a soft shell taco? You might be in luck. That might be one of the meals or not. You don't know. It's like those are the lottery winners.
Then just tell them you want that. You don't have to have a combo. You can just use your words, Jack.
I have to pay extra. I don't get the combo discount. You get a discount when they combo it. Have you heard this? Otherwise, why do it?
See, the main issue is the lack of
sides.
Yeah.
The other thing is, yes, the other problem is this would never happen if you had a signature side.
They have nacho fries.
And chips. Call me if it lasts a decade, okay? Call me in 2035.
If Taco Bell lasts a decade, that's their bit.
No. If their signature side, they've bounced around signature side. They're the only restaurant in America where they've not been able to nail down a signature side dish. It's unbelievable. Name me any other restaurant that does not have a signature, it ties together the value meal. Taco Bell doesn't, so they just throw 3 main dishes in randomly. And it makes no sense.
A single taco is not a main dish in any world.
What is it, a side item?
Yeah, actually, sure. There's a reason when you get tacos, you always get at least 3.
Wow, this lasted way longer than I thought it was going to.
Well, you knew it would. I mean, that's on you.
That's John. John brought it up.
Then if it's true, you should always get 2 main dishes and then 1 hard taco with it. But that's not true. They don't do that.
Listen, I just did my keys based on Hall & Oates. This is Jack's greatest hits.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, we've now taken up over half the segment, and yet to talk about basketball.
I got a question for you, Jack. I got a question for you for the game tomorrow. I think we can all figure out what most concerns us with TJ Lateef and what most excites us with TJ Lateef. But how do you think he's actually going to perform? We were most excited about his legs. We're most concerned that he could turn the ball over because he's going to run it, and he already put it on the turf, 3 times in the game against USC. What do you think is actually going to happen with TJ Lateef tomorrow?
I feel a relative confidence in him, and I don't know what it's based on exactly. I mean, just that he played at a high level in high school, right? He was a high-level recruit. We're fairly late in the season. He has gotten in already, and he's looked good. He's not playing against, the best defense in the Big Ten, although Nebraska's offense has made mediocre defenses look good a couple of times this year. I think just all of that together, and then the great equalizer of the mobile quarterback. If you can just pop a few of those runs, it doesn't really matter, does it? If you can do a few of those, you don't need to know the play, and you don't need to have all of everything perfect. I think that's a big eraser in this whole thing. So to answer your question, I may be wrong, but I'm relatively confident that for a week where they prepare for him to be there in a stadium that's not really a raucous road game, where the weather's beautiful, it's his home. I don't know. I think it might be. I'm kind of optimistic about how he's going to do.
I guess the issue that I have, or the concern I have, are twofold. When one is the turnovers, one is fumbling. He had 3 of them last week. Twice got the ball just punched out.
Yeah,
you got to believe that UCLA saw that on film, and they're they probably called across town to old Nate Landman of the LA Rams and said, "Show us that peanut punch, man." That they're going to go for the ball when he's got it. So I'm worried about ball security. And I guess the other part is the mentality. I think this game's going to be dictated on what mental state TJ is in more than his physical state. His physical tools are his physical tools. You run, you pass, you pass. It's going to be how he handles it. It's going to be how he handles not only first-time starter, first big opportunity in college football, right?
Huge.
How, I'm sure he has absorbed a lot more information this week than he has since the beginning of training camp, right?
Heck,
not that they're like, all right, we got to catch you up, because he's been versed in the offense. But it's different when you prepare for a game and you're the guy. So how he processes that and how he processes the emotions. because not only is it his first start, but he's at home, and he's going to have family there, and he's going to have friends there.
It's a lot,
and he is going to want to show out. But it's the ability to control all of those things and play within the plan that they give him, while at the same time not trying to squelch his natural football playing enthusiasm is. Because you want him to go out there and be confident. You want him to go out there and be TJ Lateef, not be TJ Lateef, the crafted quarterback. You still want him to play instinctually, but also play within the system. That's a lot to process. So to me, how TJ handles it from a mental standpoint is going to tell us a whole lot about how he is as a young player, and it's going to dictate, I think, how this game goes.
I just think it is about the ideal situation you could go into if you're making your first start on the road in the Big Ten Conference. And because UCLA, for whatever quality they've had in a program, which is a lot, in a Rose Bowl, which is a legendary facility, that's got to be one of the most unintimidating, especially like it'll be on Saturday, one of the most unintimidating venues that you can possibly have, in part because I don't know what percentage will be Nebraska fans, but I'm going to guess it's going to be fairly high for a road game.
I agree.
It's not going to be a full house. It's not going to be particularly loud in his ears, right? It's going to be, and it's also a place he's been. And again, the weather is going to be good. It's the weather he's used to playing in as well. And also, you're not at home, where I think there's added pressure too, right? You could start to feel the boo birds at some point. But we talked about this, I think, one of my many things we talked about, that the home fans at road games are different than the home fans at home games, if that makes sense. And they're not going to boo, right?
They're more supportive.
They're not going to, they're more supportive. They're more us against the world, meaning, they're
louder. They hey, we're going to stand the whole time. We're going to talk trash. Like they are ready to go all in on the team.
I like the mentality of the Husker fan on the road. I like that.
Speaking of that, Jack, because this is a topic, not to wind you up, but this is another topic that's near and dear to your heart, the whole us versus the world. Matt Rule talked about that in a way this week. His main address, at least I thought, the main takeaway from his Monday address was about, making sure that everyone in the program and who supports the program keeps a positive attitude, right? He talked about no bad mouthing. We got to respect ourselves first before anyone nationally respects us. I'm curious how that message was received by you, and if that was the right tact for Matt Rule to take this week, coming off of USC, where we did get some emotional response from a lot of fans. I personally think the emotional response was heightened because it was a gimmick game that Nebraska lost, right? That the fans showed up, they did their part to make the blackout work, but then the team let them down. And I think some of the emotional response, or the hyper emotional response, was because of that.
I mean, listen, first of all, number one, Matt Rule, for this is something that I care about. I don't know that how much other people do, but I really do not like it. I haven't liked it historically when the coaches have tried to put divisions up between the program and either all the fans or some of the fans or most of the fans. Matt Rule has very intentionally not done that many, many times. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that from the start. He has very, very rarely done that. And so that I like. Now that said, I don't know. Did you guys, and maybe you have a different theory of it than I do because you hear from, you get more interaction with the people who are listening. I didn't feel like the fan base was furious after that game or really bad. I think there's a lot of people who didn't like the play call, the field goal thing. That was my biggest gripe about the game. But I don't know. For a loss, that felt like kind of a tame reaction to it in some ways, didn't it?
I think there were some people who were really, really frustrated and really, really angry by it. But I think for the most part, I mean, I know that I what I got back from people was bummer, missed opportunity, but more it seemed like frustration or sadness at the injury to Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, that's how I would describe it.
The normal raw anger of a loss. Certainly the drive in the third quarter got a lot. I mean, we talked about that, I felt like, for 2 days. and we don't really do that a whole lot, where a drive in a non-fourth quarter situation becomes kind of the thing that we hit on for multiple shows.
It was a more aggressive negative reaction, certainly, than Michigan. I thought Michigan for the consequence. Yes, I thought the consequences in Michigan, which were also very important. I don't want to make it sound like it was toxic. I don't think this last week has been toxic by any stretch of the imagination. I think just it's probably a little more resigned pessimism because of the circumstances than
but I
anything
think
else.
a lot of that had to do with the injury. That wasn't necessarily.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Jack, we have a minute left. You like Nebraska then tomorrow?
Yeah, I do, kind of, and probably goes to my optimism with Teef, and they seem to have turned the corner with protecting the quarterback, and that I think will be less of a huge issue, even if it's not perfect, because he's mobile. Emmett Johnson, unless Emmett Johnson stops being Emmett Johnson. I also think this is going to be a good opportunity for Dane Key and for Ja'Cory Barney to get really involved in the offense as well. I think that'll be the key in terms of how, no pun intended, for how comfortable Teef feels throwing the ball around. If we look back and we're like, hey, those guys really broke out today.
Yeah. No, I would agree. There's a lot of good stuff coming up tomorrow, and it's going to be late. And I'm just warning everybody right now, have your Fox app ready or find where your Fox Business Channel or FS2 is, because I guarantee you that basketball game's going to run long.
Amen. I got to go, guys. Have a good one. Bye, everyone on KLI, and have a great weekend.
All right. That'll do it. Talk to you tomorrow night. Right after the end of regulation.
And Sunday morning.
2 a.m.
Bye.